Everybody, please be seated. We are going to start. Students, please take a seat. Come. All of you. Is there anybody outside also? Can you call everybody in, please? Thanks. Students, please take your seats. Come.
For 2.5 million years, the Earth's climate has fluctuated, cycling from ice ages to warmer periods. But in the last century, the planet's temperature has risen unusually fast, about 1.2 to 1.4 degrees. Scientists believe it's human activity that's driving the temperatures up, a process known as global warming. Ever since the Industrial Revolution began, factories, power plants, and eventually cars have burned fossil fuels such as oil and coal, releasing huge amounts of carbon dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases trap heat near the Earth through a naturally occurring process called the greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect begins with the sun and the energy it radiates to the Earth. The Earth and the atmosphere absorb some of this energy, while the rest is radiated back into space. Naturally occurring gases in the atmosphere trap some of this energy and reflect it back, warming the Earth. Scientists now believe that the greenhouse effect is being intensified by the extra greenhouse gases that humans have released. Evidence for global warming includes a recent string of very warm years. Scientists report that 1998 was the warmest year in measured history, with 2005 coming in second. Meanwhile, readings taken from ice cores show that the greenhouse gases carbon dioxide and methane have hit their highest levels in the past 420,000 years. Arctic sea ice is also shrinking. According to NASA studies, the extent of Arctic sea ice has declined about 10% in the last 30 years. As long as industrialized nations consume energy and developing countries increase their fossil fuel consumption, the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere will continue to rise. Researchers predict that temperatures will increase about 2 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century. What's less certain is what rising temperatures mean for the planet. Some climate models predict subtle changes. Others forecast rising sea levels, which could flood coastal areas around the world. Weather patterns could change, making hurricanes more frequent. Severe droughts could become more common in warm areas, and species unable to adapt to the changing conditions would face extinction. Although much remains to be learned about global warming, many organizations advocate cutting greenhouse gas emissions to reduce the impact of global warming. Consumers can help by saving energy around the house, switching to compact fluorescent light bulbs, and driving fewer miles in the car each week. These simple changes may help keep the earth cooler in the future.
Please take your seats. Everybody, please sit down. Meena, sit down. Sit down. Dimple, all of you.
Change your ways. My future. Losing my future is not like losing an election or a few points. Here to speak for all generations. Cries go unheard. I'm here to speak for the countless animals dying across this the necessity was we hear ourselves to come 5,000 miles to tell you adults you must change your ways. Coming up here today, I have no hidden agenda. I have
Races don't all around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces, bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. The tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I ever. Find it hard to tell you, find it hard to think. When people run in circles, it's a very, very children wait for the day they feel you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. And feel the way that every child should sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school and I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one What's my lesson? Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to see. People run in circles, it's a very, very now.
For 2.5 million years, the Earth's climate has fluctuated, cycling from ice ages to warmer periods. But in the last century, the planet's temperature has risen unusually fast, about 1.2 to 1.4 degrees Fahrenheit. Scientists believe it's human activity that's driving the temperatures up, a process known as global warming. Ever since the Industrial Revolution began, factories, power plants, and eventually cars have burned fossil fuels such as oil and coal, releasing huge amounts of carbon dioxide and other gases into the atmosphere. These greenhouse gases trap heat near the Earth through a naturally occurring process called the greenhouse effect. The greenhouse effect begins with the sun and the energy it radiates to the Earth. The Earth and the atmosphere absorb some of this energy, while the rest is radiated back into space. Naturally occurring gases in the atmosphere trap some of this energy and reflect it back, warming the Earth. Scientists now believe that the greenhouse effect is being intensified by the extra greenhouse gases that humans have released. Evidence for global warming includes a recent string of very warm years. Scientists report that 1998 was the warmest year in measured history, with 2005 coming in second. Meanwhile, readings taken from ice cores show that the greenhouse gases carbon dioxide and methane have hit their highest levels in the past 420,000 years. Arctic sea ice is also shrinking. According to NASA studies, the extent of Arctic sea ice has declined about 10% in the last 30 years. As long as industrialized nations consume energy and developing countries increase their fossil fuel consumption, the concentration of greenhouse gases in the atmosphere will continue to rise. Researchers predict that temperatures will increase about 2 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit by the end of the century. What's less certain is what rising temperatures mean for the planet. Some climate models predict subtle changes. Others forecast rising sea levels which could flood coastal areas around the world. Weather patterns could change, making hurricanes more frequent. Severe droughts could become more common in warm areas, and species unable to adapt to the changing conditions would face extinction. Although much remains to be learned about global warming, many organizations advocate cutting greenhouse gas emissions to reduce the impact of global warming. Consumers can help by saving energy around the house, switching to compact fluorescent light bulbs, and driving fewer miles in the car each week. These simple changes may help keep the Earth cooler in the future.
All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces. Bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. The tears are filling up their glasses, no expression. No expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best kind of find it hard to tell you, find it hard take. When people run in circles, it's a very, children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. You feel the way every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. Went to school, I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Now the teacher tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. The dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to teach. People run in circles, it's a very, very now. All around me are familiar faces, worn out places, worn out faces. Bright and early for the daily races, going nowhere, going nowhere. The tears are filling up their glasses, no expression, no expression. Hide my head, I wanna drown my sorrow. No tomorrow, no tomorrow. And I find it kind of funny, I find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever had. Find it hard to tell you, find it hard to take. When people run in circles, it's a very, very children waiting for the day they feel good. Happy birthday, happy birthday. We feel the way that every child should. Sit and listen, sit and listen. School, I was very nervous. No one knew me, no one knew me. Now the teacher tell me what's my lesson. Look right through me, look right through me. And I find it kind of funny, find it kind of sad. Dreams in which I'm dying are the best I've ever. I find it hard to tell you, I find it hard to teach. People run in circles, it's a very, very
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Luckily, the weather has aligned with our wishes. The Sun and I, Shilpa Sahani, on behalf of Institute of Apparel Management, extend you a warm welcome to Sustainable Fashion 2020. Many of you have made huge efforts to join us here, and we deeply appreciate that. Institute of Apparel Management has emerged as a national institute providing globally benchmarked education in association with world's leading universities, institutions like MOTS, Paris, and SMR Italy. IM is focused on shaping industry-ready professionals who are ready to hit the ground and run a fiercely competitive industry. The Institute has been awarded with National Education Leadership for 2013 and 2014 by leading media groups like Bhaskar and ABP News. For 2 consecutive years, it has been listed among the top design institutes by Career 360 magazine and among top fashion institutes in Delhi NCR region as per Education World magazine. I would like to start with a quote by Chanel. Fashion is not something that exists in dresses only. Fashion is in the sky, in the street. It has to do with ideas, the way we live, what is happening, unquote. I completely get that. Fashion is not just being fashionably dressed. It also reflects in various facets of our lives. It is all there in our environment, the air we breathe, the food we eat, and how we live our lives. How aware and conscious are we about global warming? The poly bags that we get back from the stores, the prints done on our t-shirts, the carbon footprints produced due to the print, dyeing, manufacturing of a garment or an accessory. Also, I want to ask you all today, what are we doing about it? How are we contributing to it? What are we teaching our children? What kind of future are we giving them? And what are we saving for future generations? You've seen several videos here before I came in. The videos, they were asking the same question. What are we doing? Really? Today we have gathered here to talk about sustainability, fashion. How can we get those amazing fabrics, great trendy looks and styles, and still be environmentally responsible? Sustainable is not just about using khadi, but fabrics like jute, linen, organic cotton, and many more, which can be produced in sustainable ways. Our commitment today is that you will have a great time in this event, and trust me, each one of you will take back something really important today from this event. For the first time, I heard about sustainability was 10 years back during my trip to Europe. I met an entrepreneur. She was searching for old saris and borders. She wanted to make beautiful garments, women garments, out of those recycled saris, which was 10 years back. So I feel the world has started moving in that direction 10 years ago. It is time for us to wake up to the usage of Higgs Index by most of the international brands show how awareness has grown towards sustainability. To start with, I would request Mr. Sumesh Singh, Director IIM, to enlighten the audience with his worthy words and to extend a warm welcome to our dear guests today afternoon. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Shilpa. I'm going to basically, set the tone with a few of the thoughts, which I gathered in my mind. And we started with this sustainable fashion initiative, but interesting part is that it's such a broad topic that which direction we should go. It really doesn't seem to be coming, at the moment. But I'm sure with the presence of people who are here, I mean, we are expecting that everybody will have to make contribution today to ensure that that we build a kind of roadmap, we build a kind of vision for next 5 years that what should happen in sustainable fashion, and we should set a direction in which all of us makes a pledge to move. So I'm just going to begin with a small talking point, and also it's a food for thought to the audience which is sitting here, that what is actually happening to the entire entire world, and where are we standing, and what is our stand on what is going to be the future. So that's very, very important. So I'm just going to, this is very interesting, because what happened is sustainability, if you look at, it is very much interwoven, integrated in our independence of India. And of course, Mahatma Gandhi started a great initiative, out of which the outcome of which is Khadi. Everybody knows that. But it was not about the fabric alone. Everybody said that it is a thread of hope. So from a fabric, it moved into a dimension of hope, and how that hope, brought about a lot of, social and cultural changes, and then finally, we got the independence. So it was one of the most important, quote which I thought, which became the beginning point. And this was the first, Facebook post which we had posted when we started with a sustainable fashion. So it's very, very interesting. We wanted to begin with this message, and then we wanted to move further. Next, please. Now, if we look at what is the world which we are living in. So here are some very, very alarming facts. If you look at the first thing is, if you look at, it says that by 2025, world population will be over 8 billion, and by 2040, 9 billion, and by 2100, it could reach a massive 11 billion people. So that is the kind of exponential population growth which is happening on this planet. And interestingly, the kind of resources at present what we are using, we need at least 1.6 Earth, to sustain that kind of consumption which we are consuming. So imagine the kind of population growth that is happening vis-a-vis the kind of resources that is going to be consumed. It is extremely alarming. The other part is, everybody talks about economy and everything. But if you look at, if the world economy would grow at a massive 26 times in this century, this would put enormous pressure on Earth resources. That's very, very interesting. And that is, we are already overusing at 160%. If we don't start radically changing the way we consume, right, which means responsible consumption. Everybody is producing, everybody is moved into a consumption mode. There is a term called fast fashion. Everything is happening, but are we really a responsible consumer? I mean, are we really consuming responsibly so that it is not over consumed and ultimately we are not using those objects? So if you look at that, at the current trends, the planet cannot sustain twice as many people as and a 26 times larger economy. So if you look at what is very, very interesting is that we have to look at and we have to question the way we are doing the consumption. The other interesting part is there is a need for new industrial revolution where economic wealth goes hand in hand with environment and social sustainability. That's very, very important. It cannot be just moving into a single direction. And then if we look at, for example, every year we dump a massive 2.2 billion tons of waste. If all this waste was to put on a truck, that would go around the world 24 times. So incredible, I mean, alarming. Next, please. Now, if you look at, the kind of damages which we have done, so my point is that we are sitting on a time bomb. And you please, I mean, all of us will have to think that, this is not going to be there forever. Many of these things have gone, many of these things will go. And if we don't, now become responsible, this is going to be a very, very serious threat which is going to come. So if you look at, for example, 34% of wild forests left globally right now. So imagine, at the time when the planet was completely being covered, now it is only 34%. If you look at, 17,860 number of species have gone extinct. So all of what you see now in National Geographic or all what you see in TV channels, you'll love to see, you'll continue to see them, on internet, on photography, but in real life, I'm sorry, with this space we go, this is the world which we are going to get into. Time left to end the oil, all right? That is 38 years, 314 days, 14 hours, 55 minutes. So after this, it is going to, I mean, then what is the kind of fossil, fuel or oil, you're going to depend on? So what is that alternative which is being created? And if you look at, for example, 2% renewable energy used globally right now. So out of 100%, it is only 2%. There's so much of scope of wind, solar, and other kind of energy resources that could be used. And the simple point is, it's very interesting that if one day New York Times goes completely digital, it is going to save 75,000 trees. So incredible, the way we are looking at things, perhaps we are not getting into the details. So all of us have to really start questioning that, if this is the scenario we are going to live in, what is the approach, what is the kind of method which we need to take in? Now, interestingly, the part about the world, then what are the different areas in which we need to extend our thinking? So one of the points, our right? If you look at, for example, India has 70% of rural population, and the way urbanization is going, it will reduce dramatically. So what is going to be? I mean, what is going to be the neo culture then, right? How beautifully we have been able to blend tradition with modernity. If you look at European culture, if you look at Japanese, for example, if you also part of China, they have been able to blend beautifully the tradition and modernity. So what are we really doing about it? Are we really going in that direction, or we have just kept it aside and we are just just waiting for someone to do it? Let's not wait for someone to do it. Let's basically be a part of it. Next, please. Craft. Of course, we have an expert panel here today which will talk about crafts, but that is one of the major things. I mean, world over, when we talk about luxury market, craft creates that luxury. That handmade, when we say handmade, when we say, it is existing for more than 500 years, 600 years, 700 years, etc. It's amazing, those crafts and everything which is existing. It has blended with luxury. But in India, it's very still, a very sad situation that even artisans, they have, many of them have left this profession. If you look at the statistics, it says that almost estimated 7 million artisans were engaged in craft production to earn livelihood. And according to United Nations, in past 30 years, almost it has come down by 30%, indicating that it's a high time that we must give an attention to it. So craft is another area of concern. If we don't act, they will be extinct. That is exactly what the situation we are sitting in. Next, please. Ethics, I mean, ethical, of course, it's a huge term, but some of the points, I mean, there's two specific points which we want to, flag here. One is, of course, the animal cruelty. I mean, it has really reduced to a great extent with, so many organizations creating awareness about it. But that needs to go further, they were part of, if you look at Constitution of India, animals, I mean, especially pet, has been defined as our family members. That's incredible. That is written in our Constitution of India. And unfortunately, what we're doing about it. Similarly, if you look at, 3.5 crore children have never been to school. They are being put into different factories, different, different workshops, and all those things. They have been forced to earn their livelihood. So, can we bring end to the child labor and make sure that at least these children, they go to school and lead a normal life like what every one of us wish to. Next, please. Interestingly, when we were talking about the wardrobe, I mean, what is the kind of, I mean, I remember one very interesting thing which Dr. Koshi long ago told it at NID. He said, what is the per capita shirt and trouser in India? So amazing that was. But in fact, going a little further, if you look at this statistics, stunning. If I start counting, for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like this, to count a billion, it is going to take me almost 31 years, 259 days, 1 hour, 46 minutes, and 40 seconds, right? To count 1 billion. And the population, Earth's population, if I have to count, that is around, you have to multiply 7 times, all right? And if these people have, for example, a shirt and trouser, basic shirt and trouser, it will take me to count. So imagine, what is the kind of, pressure which we have put in. So the point here is, if you are not using those things, please do not, just buy and stack it. It becomes a waste, right? So if you look at, for example, our water consists of 80% items we have just worn once. So the request is that please make sure that things which we wear, otherwise don't just dump it. And the stunning amount of waste is partly because 99% of the stuff we buy is trashed within 6 months. So these are, some of the thoughts, which is related to consumption. Next week. So leading green companies are becoming zero waste companies. Zero waste is a philosophy that encourages redesign so that all products are reused. So recycle, reuse, we have been talking about. But lead green companies, if you look at the concept, incredible, how they are being able to use those things 100%. So this is very, very important that we have to really, give a lot of trust in terms of recycle and reuse. Next, please. In terms of democracy, I mean, of course, a part of sustainability is that, what interesting thing I observe about fashion is that the moment, people are dressed up in a similar kind of fashion, it does not define them in terms of caste, creed, religion, etc. So I'm a great believer that, fashion is something, that does not discriminate, it unites. Incredible. I mean, it is what we have to look at. And also what happens is on the, on the concept of food. If you say, when you enter into a mall, you say, okay, I have to buy something organic. You will see the price 5 times. So on one hand, we are saying, we have to promote sustainability, we have to promote organic. On the other hand, we are saying, we are going to price it 50 times. Does it really become real? So we have to see that how more and more companies are coming together to make sure that these kind of products, if they become affordable, then only this mass movement is going to begin. It cannot, begin by creating that as a, syndrome of luxury and then, offering to the people. And it has happened in food. That is what, and why can't we do that in clothing? After all, food, shelter, and clothing are the basic, needs of the human beings. So we can do that very easily. Next, please. So my point is, there where I want to end, and I want all of you to get, at this point, that these are two scenarios in front of you, right? When we talk about future next. So you have to choose. You want to go on left-hand side or you want to go on right-hand side. And I would like to quote David Attenborough's, very, very famous quote, which says, anyone who believes in indefinite growth on a finite planet is either mad or an economist. Right? So you will really have to take a call. You have to really see that which is the direction. So which side are you? You will need the answer today, and I'm sure that all of you will contribute to the, success of, thought process which we are going to develop. That is why we have called it think tank. We have not called it a certain, session, etc., where, we are going to talk about past. Of course, we will take, lessons from past, combine with future, and create a vision for 2020. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for enlightening us, and it was an eye-opener, wasn't it? I completely agree with you. We don't wear 80% of the clothes we have in our wardrobe. They are just adding clutter to our house as well as to our minds. I would like to quote here, clutter is not just physical stuff. It is old ideas, toxic relationships, and bad habits. Clutter is anything that does not support your better self, unquote, Eleanor Brown. We will start a panel discussion on India towards sustainability, crafting livelihood for social empowerment and cultural development. This is an attempt to invite experts from government, academics, consultants, entrepreneurs, technology providers, designers, and innovation and sustainability experts to be part of the Think Tank One. I would like to introduce our esteemed panel members who have worked selflessly to bring about the change in the society we live in. I would request everyone to come on the stage, please. I'm happy to greet Mrs. Shashi Sen, Chairperson, Consortium for Women Entrepreneurs of India, which is a non-profit technical organization. She's awarded the Best Woman Entrepreneur by Ministry of Science and Technology. Welcome, ma'am. Can I request the students to please present a bouquet of flowers? Please welcome her. May I please welcome Ms. Judy Pretter, Director, Soumya Kala Vidyalaya. She has made immense contribution in building the expertise of the craftsperson to make a significant contribution to a sustainable of craft tradition. Welcome, ma'am. I'm delighted to welcome Ms. Rekha Kapoor Chishti, the textile scholar and the author of books Sari Tradition and Beyond. As a writer and translator, she has written on a life and works of craftsmen. She has been actively involved with research and development of handspun handloom textiles and a founder of Sari School, which produces saris and organizing workshops and private lessons. I'm happy to greet Professor Kripal Mathur from NIFT. She's a postgraduate from NID and she has done advanced designing from Central Saint Martin University of Arts in London. She had beautifully set up textile design department in 1993 in NIFT New Delhi. Welcome, ma'am. And then we have with us Ms. Varsha Gupta, Associate Professor, NIFT New Delhi. She has done her doctorate in recycling of textiles and sustainable development. Welcome, ma'am. A very warm welcome to you all once again, and thank you so much for joining us here to share your expertise with all of us here on Sustainable Fashion. Prepare yourself to be challenged, excited, and inspired. I will enthusiastically hand over the panel discussion to Mr. Vivian Fernandez, our moderator for the panel discussion. Please welcome Mr. Vivian Fernandez.
As you can see, I am the odd man out, and I think Dr. Dabiko, she has done this deliberately. Anyway, I'm certainly quite radiant about it. And proceed with this discussion, I would also like to invite a lot of audience reaction towards the end. We just want to make this something that only the panelists here can talk among themselves. First of all, let me say how delighted I am, Madhu, to meet you, Judith Slater, in person. Because a couple of years back, I had gone to Dholavira in Kutch. And on the way back, the taxi driver took me to Raksha, which we had founded in 1993. You're no longer associated with it. And I bought an elegant bed spread, which still flatters my modest apartment. In fact, it is there at the moment, and I must thank you. It's a great pleasure to meet you. And I was reading about what you have done. And it's the kind of work you have done, to do us proud. And now you are with Sumaya Kalavidya. So I would like to get the ball rolling with you, since you have been so associated with preserving the crafts of touch by curating those patterns and also documenting them. You wrote a book also, I think, on Threads of Identity. What is the most important thing to preserve crafts? Can I say that it's only when artisans profit from their skills, that's when we can preserve the arts and the crafts?
No? Okay. Yeah, I think that's the place to start. To preserve crafts, we have to preserve artisans, and I think we have to understand that craft traditions are more than skills. It's skills plus knowledge, and that they always evolve. We, as non-artisans, can't really determine how those craft traditions evolve, but I think what we can do is provide education that will enable artisans to make wise decisions about where their crafts go. And I could talk on for the whole time, but I'll try not to. But crafts traditionally were created in an ecosystem where the artisans knew their consumers very well. Now, due to many drastic, rapid changes, that ecosystem has been changed so that the artisan is no longer closely in touch with the consumer that they need to work with. And so what has happened in a nutshell is that design has been separated from production. And what that means is the artisan is no longer able to use their creative capacity. So we saw in the presentation that Mr. Singh made that there's a great attrition of craft, 30%, I think. The reasons are first financial, of course, the artisans can't make enough money, but also they don't today receive the recognition, the social status, or even the satisfaction that would keep them in their craft traditions. They're looking for other means of livelihood. So what we have done through our education programs is try to provide the input so that artisans can again be designers, creators, and producers, and also marketers and entrepreneurs. And you'll see two of our artisans, I can't see in the audience, I don't know if they're here, but Diana Kudecha and Shafik Khatri are out demonstrating now, and I encourage you to talk to them about their experience in learning design and becoming entrepreneurs.
Okay. I think earlier this month, a batch of students from your institute, Somaya Kala Vidya, they passed out, and these are artisans who have been trained in business and management. So are they going to be entrepreneurs themselves, or are they going to work elsewhere?
Yes, it's a graduate program, postgraduate program. They've already done a year-long course in design at Kalaraksha Vidyalaya. And in this postgraduate program, they learn business and management so that they can not only produce excellent designs, but they can also make sure that they get to the appropriate market.
And these are artisans, children of artisans.
They're artisans. They're working traditional artisans.
And they're from Kutch.
Yeah.
I would like to dwell on you a little more, and then I'll come to the rest of the audience. Could you tell us, in Kutch, for example, in your previous assignment with Kalaraksha, how did you make sure that the artisans got a substantial part of the final prize?
It was pretty simple. We asked them to price. We made pricing committees. We asked the artisans to say what they wanted for their work, and we didn't feel like they would ask for too much. In fact, they often asked for not enough, I think. And what we teach in our education programs is how to price, what to take into consideration. Artisans often underprice their work. They don't think of their own wages. They don't think of some of the resources that they use. So pricing is a key issue for sure.
Rekha-ji, at the Sari school, you have been trying to tell people the different ways of breaking a sari. 108 types I read. And also you have done documentation of saris across the country. Could you say that can you say that the rising prosperity, the visual that we saw, the presentation that we saw was a little sad. Sustainability looks like it's a very sad thing. But I'm not that pessimistic. I believe that the technology will find the answer. We also think that the rising prosperity, there's a greater, let's say, the rising prosperity has greater interest in the arts, and do you see as the country prospers, the craft also getting revived?
I think the possibilities are always immense. I'm a believer in the go slow. The world wants to put us on the fast bus, but the fast bus is going to go nowhere if you go at the reality that you will see. I wrote a little presentation on things like, but I don't know whether there is time, so I will leave it in my hand if there is time. But basically, I believe with our population and our resources, we should nurture and further the slow bus, because the slow bus can absorb the numbers of people we have and the skills they have. We can put them in the fast bus to industrialization, but remember that the world took 250 years to industrialize, and we are trying to do the same in 70 years. It took 250 years when 1/3 of the world had 2/3 of the world's resources, either directly or indirectly through colonization. The world wants to put us on the fast bus, and we are not competing with China, let me tell you, because we are competing with the militarized societies of all of South Asia and Southeast Asia. There are military societies that can take a decision today, including Thailand, including Philippines, including the whole lot. They have the veneer of democracy. We have the good and bad of democracy, but it's a democracy all the same. We cannot take a decision today and implement it tomorrow because thousands of people are going to rise up in arms. So, and I think justifiably so. So the question is, with our resources and the people that we have, what can we best do? So how to keep the fast bus and the slow? We have the advantage of making the slow bus grow in qualitative terms. For instance, I am a great proponent. What I'm wearing is 100 count of khadi. 100 count of khadi is now spinning is impossible because nobody wants to spin. They all want to do something which takes shorter time and gives them better remuneration. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're going to give 120 rupees for a day's breaking of stones on the roadside, why can't you give a spinner 150 rupees? And we need 10 spinners to sustain one handloom 12 months a year. Another 5 for the cultivation, pre-processing of cleaning, combing, carding. So that means 15 to 20 people can sustain one handloom. But the texture that I can produce by the old charkha is far superior and not easy to imitate by the machine. That's what I'm saying. And the distance we have to create between the hand-spun handloom and the handloom only has to be so great that people just have to touch it to feel it. You know China, and believe me, Taiwan is already making machines to imitate khadi reverse twist. So we're not competing with China, we're competing with Taiwan. And that is the qualitative term I'm saying. Our hand skills are so superior if we only get them and support them to grow. But we have to, as Judy said, give them the due respect, give them the due value in remunerative terms, and we cannot put them on the dole like the KVIC, which is already closed down. But the KVIC, basically, I think the good part about KVIC was it kept it alive for so long with subsidy. But now we're in a reality situation where we're saying, grow very fast. But the grow very fast has very high, what shall I say, defaults in human terms. You want to go on the fast bus? Can you absorb the number of people that you throw out of hand skill sector in the industrialized sector? We can't. So if we take them up on the skill ladder, so I call the area I'm concerned with high skill, low tech. And that's, I think, very viable because the amount you can produce is not very large and the market within India and outside India is much larger and we can absorb. Thank you.
Thank you. To Palma, Madam spoke about how Taiwanese are inventing machinery to imitate khadi. Is that such a bad thing? Because after all, with this machinery you can mass produce certain things. You can, create excitement in a particular kind of fabric. And as you move up the income chain, perhaps you prefer the real thing and not the machine-made thing. I think that's what happens all over. For example, you try to buy first imitation stuff, and then you want to buy the real brand. Louis Vuitton, for example. You first buy something that is made in China. Okay, it's very cheap. That just shows your aspiration. But later on, as your income improves, maybe you go for the real thing. So, it is such a bad thing that some people are trying to imitate khadi to machinery. It's all.
Yeah, actually, I answered in a different way, in an indirect way. I have had a lot of experience in carpet weaving in the Dohi, and it's such a lot of contradictions in that way that one just wonders, what are you doing? There are it's a skill which is passed on from father to son, not even father to daughter, because it's really meant to be. And there was a time when, I think it was in 1995, 96, when I was sitting in my daughter's chair, and there was this huge uproar in the European countries, where the buyers just came and said, okay, we're coming for a strike visit, and if there are any children leaving, they will be banned. Okay, child labor. But how does, and so many of the companies there lost their livelihood, they had to close down, the other part of it was that there was hunger. They didn't get to eat, many of the families. But
Are you saying that you inculcate the carpet weaving skill? You got to catch the young?
yes, exactly. Because I talked to the weavers there, and there I did feel a lot for what they were saying. Because there they said that we cannot teach our children to go to a weaving institute to learn carpet weaving. And if we do send them, we send them when they are maybe a bit older, when we can have some money to send them. But what actually works for us is that the children learn to make the knots in areas of the carpet which are larger areas where they don't have to really count. And they get the speed, And then that speed, so by the time a child becomes 30 years old, he is at, weaving at a correct speed and can understand the design, So,
I'm trying to make a distinction between family labor, where child is part of the family and contributes to the common effort,
yes.
and also a child being employed in a factory.
Yes, because I think here it is sustainability at a root level. And children learn to weave, learn the skill of weaving, and it passes on from one generation to the other. And if people are concerned about this child labor, then I think it's important for them to understand this problem in totality. Let them also learn to weave and also educate them. But it doesn't mean to ban people who have training their children to weave. I did feel a lot about it.
Yeah, you inbuilt education,
Yeah,
health factor
exactly.
into that. Oh, sure.
Ms. Gupta, I posed this question to Rita ji about rising prosperity and the promotion of crafts. Is that happening? Is there greater demand for crafts, authentic crafts, as people from the people who are well off? Have you seen a revival of crafts in this country, or is it all getting extinct?
I think I would not really focus so much on crafts. That will come automatic in something that I would like to share today. I will tell you and then probably answer the question. I would just like to share one particular experience that I've had with a rural cluster that I've been working with, which where these communities are working towards making of rugs out of waste, which is textile waste. And quite a lot of it is though coming from the textile mills, but some amount is also coming from urban households. And what is most interesting about these particular clusters is the way in which they collect the raw material. And the artisans or the agents that they have in the cluster, they go from door to door and collect old clothing and make rugs out of it. So the way they collect is, appears very, very unorganized, because you would feel that, how can I give my clothes when they're old, but, and they don't give a receipt or anything, but all the clothes come back to you in a perfectly made curry, and the price that they ask for is anything ranging from as low as 50 rupees to 100 rupees. And the rugs that come out from there, and if you visit the cluster, the practice that they are following is so perfect. They don't use water, they don't use electricity. There is complete, work-life balance within the cluster.
There is no usage of any other chemicals. The women are feeling very empowered because, as opposed to what Kripal said about carpet weaving being done by men, here even women are weaving, and the fact that they are weaving, many men are going for other activities, but the women are weaving. So women are feeling very empowered. Very good activity that is being done. But over a period of time that I've been there, I've been regularly going. So I have noticed that many people are moving out of the profession, even though it's like it's a well-paid job for them, but they are moving out of the profession, and the reasons are that they are not getting enough job orders. The catchment area from where they collect clothing is diminishing. They are not able to move around to that much area. So I personally feel that there is a gap between what is happening in urban households, as to what Sumesh said about the type of clothing, the shirts and the trousers. All of us know we have these bulging wardrobes and still have that urge to buy more and more. So what do we do with the old clothing? Here I see a perfect opportunity which is there between rural urban. You see the urban households giving away so much of waste in terms of clothing, and there is this excellent opportunity with the rural, which can provide them with this opportunity. But there is a gap. There is lack of awareness. There is difficulty, inconvenience. So we don't want to go out of our way to hand over our clothing. The rural people can't come to us for collecting the clothing. So, if, and that would also answer the question that you asked, that why can't there be interventions to, from the highest level, which looks at things which are, we've done a lot of design interventions, technology interventions, we've done quite a lot. So now I think intervention is required not only in awareness, but also in things like identifying such clusters which are doing specific work. And like for this particular cluster, it's some kind of policy which provides convenience of, collecting and delivering clothing. So if a supply chain can be created where all this clothing can be collected and given to them and they can come and collect it. So I think some kind of intervention at a higher level which looks at these specific aspects and not so much.
When you're talking about intervention, I'm talking about the government doing it, or would you like the market to do it?
Everything. I'll give you an example. I'll give you a small example. Like, I get, if suppose I get my salwar kameez stitched at a local tailor, why can't it becomes mandatory for the tailor to put a tag on that particular salwar kameez that this garment is recyclable, and what are these kind of clusters which are available where it can go? Or if a retailer is selling that, why can't each invoice have this kind of instruction which is compulsory, that where these kind of clothes are being recycled? So something like that which can be done not only by the government. I don't think government can do so much. We all need to work towards it. So it's not only NGOs but RWAs, local tailors. Like when I say convenience of sampling, convenience of collection mechanism. Let's say our local market, the local pansari that we have in every community or the household or the colony. Why can't he become the collection point, and all of us can give our clothes there and somebody from the cluster can come and collect. So some kind of mechanism which can be developed.
This is a question I would like to pose to Pradeep Singh. Runa Banerjee, who was the founder of Seva in Lucknow, she was not there because she had actually organized those Chitanta, the workers, and make sure that they actually got not just wage labor, cut rate cycle, but something much more than that. Now, as an entrepreneur yourself, she was talking about people moving out of there not be enough job orders for those studies. Now, why can't we create a business? I'm sure there's so much of
just to point out, these people who are going out of the profession, they are going from such high level skill job to things like construction laborers. So because that is giving them more salary than this.
Because that's such a sad thing actually, because what is happening here is that the kind of wages they are getting is not at all proportionate to the effort that they put in or the skills that they have. So how can businesses, you're an entrepreneur yourself, can you tell us how businesses can help? And I think what is more important is organization, number one. Number two is marketing. And of course, we need to be much more compassionate. I think corporate greed is just too much. The big brands want to keep everything to themselves and they want to pay pittance to the artisans. And that is why we are seeing this kind of a dichotomy.
So, with all this 20 years experience in the textile, home furnishings, etc., and the export field as well, we've come to a kind of a module where you all know about intellectual property rights. You've heard about IPR. Now, we're taking this IPR tool to the grassroots level. How? How do we do that? You've heard about geographical indications, GIs. We are in India, we have registered 200, almost 200 GIs in India. Not that we know of too many, because it's not.
When you talk about these, is it in the government? Or?
The government knows that they have done, the state governments know that they have given a registration, but nothing beyond that. So now what we have done is, I mean, rightly said that we are now organizing these massive clusters, and especially women who are the producers. We are actually the authorized users. So they are the entrepreneurs who are producing these goods, but they do not have the rights. They do not know what the rights mean. So if the state government has a certificate which says GI supposing Pochappally sari is a GI. We know that green tea is a GI. We know Kolhapuri chappal is a GI. We know Bikaneri bhujia is a GI. These are all made in Maheshwari saris, Chanderi saris, Kota Doria. I mean, whatever. We put 200 of these which are traditional crafts of India. Now, this is a genuine, authentic heritage of India, which we need to protect, promote, and even stop the China from duplicating what. We know Fulkari is a GI. Fulkari, machine-made Fulkari has come all over the country, 500 rupees, 200 rupees, but genuine Fulkari is about 1,000 and above. And we know how much work there is to do. Same thing in the northeast, the Greens, etc. So now what happens is that there are two things going parallel. The economy is going parallel. And it's not a win-win situation.
Just because you registered a geographical mark, like Basmati or Banarasi sari or Pochappally, doesn't mean that the artisan is going to get it.
Yes.
For example, you take the case of the Prime Minister's constituency, which is Varanasi, and look at the specific case of the viewers over there. It is so difficult to make sure that the viewers get a share of the final price.
You're all going to Surat because they're going to make machine-made carpets. Padoi is that example. So are we talking about revival of these? We just talked about the legend. What's happening to our legend? What's happening to our cultural heritage? What's happening to our culture? Because this is down there where these women are, and they are their livelihood is all based on this. So if you Sumesh has helped us, all your students coming to all these craft melas we do everywhere. The reason was that we have made a motto, market linked to production. That's what the CWID consortium does. The consortium of women entrepreneurs finds out what the market trends are, what the designs are, what is the requirement, what is this entire supply chain is what we're trying to create. The market is created, and then we go back to these producers wherever they are in these 200 sectors, the clusters which we are talking of, or the mega clusters or the small clusters, where women are doing a lot of this work. Women and families and the children as a unit, because when they come back from school, they're also involved in all these crafts. This is a traditional craft, it is a family unit. Now,
what kind of remuneration do they get?
I was just coming to that. So, like we created this Moha, which is a central store at the state Baba Karat Singh Mall. This is all the self-help groups. They were all PPL before, and now under the NRL program, they come and put their products there at whatever price we sell. And our enterprise building program is the backward linkages we are doing, where we are sensitizing them to not just be an artisan, not just become a rural industry. The group itself becomes a group enterprise. When we talk to them about A to Z, about enterprise building, we talk about technology, we talk about sustainable technology. That means you're not using too much of electricity, you're also using solar, you're using gobar gas,
using that entire thing for recycling, and they're using natural dyes. They're not using other dyes. They're using natural dyes, and that is where the value of money is getting. Because the value addition is the design we give, but we're still keeping the tradition alive, and we are factoring, merchandising the entire thing and making it back. This is from this rural village of India, which is GI, and nobody can copy. Nobody can copy. So it's got a copyright, it's got a patent, it's got a trademark, and that stamp is there on the genuine stuff. So if a person tomorrow takes back, a foreigner takes back and says, I was cheated because she gave it to me for 5,000, whereas it's 500 rupees, we can say what is genuine and what is not genuine. That is where we're talking about protection and promotion.
If you can pass on the mic to Ms. Judith later. I want to ask you, in Kutch, how did you organize those artisans? I think you had those self-help groups, if I'm not mistaken. Your people would go to the villages, and then you would ask them to write the product themselves, and then you would market them.
No, our model was a little bit different. I don't think we ever used the word self-help group. We began with individuals, with traditional artisans, and those who wanted to work, and we engaged them in the design from the beginning because we understood that they always did their own designs. We set up a museum, first of all. We asked them to come and look at the pieces in the museum and innovate upon them, because we were working with women, and women in Kutch, women embroiderers, never did the same piece twice. The idea of production is completely alien. Each piece was done uniquely because it was an expression of a person's creativity. So we asked them to do that in the same way they used to do, but thinking of the market. Okay. And then when the work was ready, we asked them how much time went into it and how much money they wanted for it. And then we added on for production if we had to do any finishing or marketing.
Because of the effort, did the children of the artisans also take to those classes?
Sometimes. Now, what I want to say is through our education program this year, through the postgraduate program where we taught business and management, I think the biggest takeaway was the importance of ownership. And I have to say, we had artisans in the class this year who had been working with Color Raksha for many years. And what they said is there's a difference. When you're making your own work and selling it, there's a big difference. So that ownership really motivates them. And then also your question of quality is already solved. Because if it's your own work, you're always going to do it well. And if you're going to get the full benefit also. So I think that level of engagement is really important. And I think the model that we have to think about is co-creation, where it's not that a professional designer has no use, but that when they engage with artisans, it's on an equal level so that it's co-creation. Then the question of whose name goes on the label comes up. And all of the people who have gone through our program have created their own brand identity and are very adamant about using it. So I think all these things have to be taken into account if we want those crafts to really continue as more than just workers in a sort of factory type situation.
I want to ask this question to you, Ms. Mathur. Ms. Slater spoke about innovation and contemporizing the design. Now, in the process, when you cater to the market, is there a danger of standardizing the design and in the process also losing the skills themselves?
Yeah, there's a huge danger because, I think this is one of the most important parts of moving into the market, where a design is acceptable into the urban market, but at the same time, sometimes there's a danger of losing the native beauty and the feeling behind every piece that is made, because it cannot. I think that if a designer is working in this sector, they have to be very careful that they don't just make something which is so different. It cannot be different at all. It has to still retain the essence and the the emotion behind the products that are being made and doing.
I think that's also important for the artist who's working on it. If they don't relate to it, if they don't have any kind of connection to it or ownership, the work will show that. I think.
I mean, if you can pass on the mic to Rita. In your book, I read that there are so many ways of making the sari, but the one that was popularized towards the end of the 19th century, that has become the standard form in this country. So the same question, if you're getting to the market, is there a danger of losing the skills, number one? Number two, the question about the Varanasi weavers.
Yeah.
How do you make sure that those people get much more than they do now, so that they can remain in the business?
Yeah, I think it's already happening because there are many more weavers who have become entrepreneurs. Number one, in the last 10 years. When I first went to Varanasi in the 70s and 80s, there was a wholesale market. And every weaver would put his box of a sari or two in front of a trader who would quote a price, only that pity. And if that price affected every other trader in that market. The other trader will not challenge one trader. So now that whole system is gone. And there are big business houses who are, what shall I say, who have been weavers, who have become traders. In fact, there were 4 rungs at that time. There was a Kotidar who was a financier. There was a person who owned the looms. Then there was a person who controlled the number of weavers. And then there was a weaver. So that system has already come to only one stage or two stages. That much change has happened. Now
since we are running out of time,
yes.
How do we scale this up? How do we extend this model to other states? If you can tell us succinctly.
How can you scale that up? It's already happened. In Chanderi, it's happened. In Manipur, every weaver has become a trader. In fact, volume has grown. And volume, many weavers who know quality say quality has gone down. But this is what I'm trying to say. The crux of the matter is keep the hand skill at the top. You have to keep a pyramid. The top, the middle, and the lower. Although if you don't make a pyramid, your market will drive everything like this. The peak goes down. Once the peak goes down, you have lost your ground altogether. You will have to compete with China and Taiwan. My problem is how to keep the hand skill quality at the top. And then keep the middle skill. And then to keep the base skill. Because if you don't have a base skill, if you don't have a basic spinning skill, you can't keep khadi alive. It can be, you can have the machine, but it can never produce. My premise is, what the machine can produce will be the middle level and the lower level. It cannot produce the finest. I can vouch for that in the spinning and weaving field at least.
Certainly. So what should I take away? I mean, should we leave this call feeling pessimistic, or should we feel optimistic about that?
I feel, no, I'll tell you what. The policy planning is weak. The entrepreneur level, I can't, for instance, Judy has a model. But it's a surface one. It's a surface technique. Embroidery, right? But they work with weavers, but it's not pattern weaving. It's basically what I'm trying to say. If you have to incorporate, why the sari for me? The sari is not because it's being worn less and less. Of course, it's being worn less. But what I'm trying to do with the sari school, for instance, is that the sari is the ultimate statement of fashion. If you look at it as a garment that can be reinvented every day, it can become a pair of pants. It can become what Gandhiji was wearing was a pair of unstitched shorts, as far as I was concerned. Okay, I can make a pair of pants. I can make a pantaloon. I can make a dress, short or long. I can make a gown, whatever you want. So if you're going to Western wear, just in the imitative fact of it, you will have to bear a lot of yourself that is not very, what will I say, to your advantage. You're showing your shortcomings rather than your assets.
Madam, I'd like to apply the bulletin over there. You can pass on the mic to Judy, madam, you said there is much more potential in training these traditional artists of touch, to become designers than in training designers to understand the craft. Now, your model, do you think it is scalable? Because it's all very well to have small examples of great success, but is your model scalable? Because that is what we want, scalable.
It's scalable to some extent, but I have to question that premise. Is that what we have to think about, scalability? Is it? When we think, wait a second, I have something to say. I think what people tend to think is that the model is faster, cheaper, and more standardized. And that's why we invent machines. And if you ask people to compete with machines, they won't win. They'll be running after a bicycle or after a car, okay? But why should we do that when the hand is not just the hand, the human being, much more than the hand, the heart and the head can do what the machine can't do. So that's what we have to focus on, and we have to create value for it. Yes, a certain amount of replicability is necessary.
I'm not talking about replicability of the pattern. I'm talking about replicability of the business model.
Yes, I know what you mean. Everyone is not going to be an entrepreneur. There have to be some workers too. And that is actually an issue I'm thinking about a lot, because in touch, and I expect everywhere, there is a problem of labor. It's a big problem, and what I think our artisans in touch have realized, their competition is actually big industry, because the people who could be weaving or printing or doing, not so much doing bonding because that's women, the people who could be weaving or printing are instead going to factories and standing all day and breathing polluted air, but making more money. Okay, so there is a problem about scalability. It's a problem. I think we have to think out of the box for new models of what is the real optimum scale that would be comfortable for craft.
Ms. Gupta, thinking out of the box. Can you do the thinking for us?
Yes, definitely. Why not?
So how do we, and what would you like the audience to take away? Most important thing to revive and preserve crafts.
Most important thing. I think I would right now go with Margareta, where she said that we are ready to pay 120 rupees for whatever work, but we are not ready for a labor, but we are not ready to pay 150 rupees for the craft. So I think if we can all do that, I think that is what is the bigger issue today.
Ms. Mato, I think as consumers, we do pay. We pay to our noses. It's another matter that it doesn't reach the viewers. So I think, something has to be done over there. So what would that be? Would that be a cooperative of viewers? In the case of agriculture, for example, an area I'm quite familiar with, we have something called farmer producer company. Okay, but unlike a cooperative, where you have one member, one vote, here it is one share, one vote. It's a different kind of organization to strengthen the bargaining power. So how do we strengthen the bargaining power of artisans?
I think the cooperative system would work very well.
It does not work,
Yeah, but I think it would work if it's really put into action correctly, and a lot of honesty. I think it helps a lot, because somebody comes and says, okay, this is mine. Actually, it's not his. So if a middleman or a guy who's actually selling a thing can actually own up and share the boutique correctly, and open percentage to a weaver or to a craftsman, I think that would help a lot.
Let's say, do you think that businesses can create shared prosperity?
It's true. It's a win-win situation for both, because the consumers do require all what we are wearing is done by the. So it's a win-win situation. We have to share this prosperity. But the bottom line, what we're trying to strengthen at the moment is that what you talked about the movement, it's a self-help group movement which is coming as collective. Now we are becoming producer companies. So the bargaining power is growing up. We build the capacities to bargain and to understand the authenticity and the hard work of their produce and the demand created. They should know how much it is selling for, how many dollars it's selling back there. So when they know that, then they have that, okay, I will not charge less than this amount of money.
So the asymmetry of information should not be there.
Yeah, so what we do is channelize that. We build the capacities to educate, to have the bargaining power that if you don't want, don't take it, we will do. So they have to be the end producers of the entire thing, not be one part of the chain. Usually the women have just been wage earners because somebody else is earning a major chunk of money. So we're telling them to do the end-to-end produce and go direct to the market, to the international markets also, that's what we're doing. The entire supply chain, this is about 600,000 women we're talking about. And that's coming into the main organized MSME sector.
I think the point you made, because I think we're running out of time. So shall we give Vika support Chisti, Judy Prater, Satish Singh, Kripal Mathur and Varsha Gupta a big round of applause. Thank you. Questions now? Since we are going to have another panel, so what we'll do is, I know that in this thing we've not had the. Can we just do I have? Is there a provision for some questions? Can you ask one or two? Yes, sir.
My question is,
Sir, can you announce your name and also to whom the question is directed?
I am asking a question to the whole panel, and my question is general and also particular. Particular in the sense that the time has come, as we are telling always, innovate or vanish. Unless you innovate, you are vanished. There is a difference. What about the other garments, which the other child labor they are using? So my question is, it was restricted to only the carpets. What about others? Skills which their parents have taught to them. Thank you so much.
Any other question? Okay. Maybe I can innovate on that question. You know, you spoke about networking. Do you think that e-commerce, eBay, Amazon.com, these online retailers, do you think that they hold great promise for artisans that they can amplify their reach?
It's already happening. The graduates of our program are on Jaipur.com, on data, on probably they know more about it than I do. If they can access it, because now with mobile technology, it's possible. And it's a great leveler.
I have only one comment to make. My name is Ram Sari from Tukatech. I'm in the automation business, and I understand we need to preserve our craft. But history shows that automation will give you consistent quality compared to manual, any one of them. Even Rolls-Royce went out of business because every car we call them leaky squeaky because no amazing art available, but nobody knows about it. How do you make it aware to the people? And second, how do you scale it to masses rather than making one of a kinds and then limit yourself to 8, 10, 12 hours of work, not having growth?
I suppose that's an observation. I think we'll end on that.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. It was a great, informative discussion. There's a lot for us to take back home today, isn't it? It surely was value adding. Before we begin our next session, I would like to quote something after this discussion, something that's coming to my mind right now. You must be a change you wish to see in the world, unquote Mahatma Gandhi. Isn't it true? Doesn't the change begin from us? And it's you, the students, the panels, us, we can make a difference. We can completely change the world. I look around the stage and I'm in awe with the collective expertise gathered here. We're deeply honored to welcome you all for our second session towards sustainable planet, role of innovation in technology for responsible manufacturing, supply chain, and consumption. Thank you so much, Ram. Thank you so much for the discussion. I would like to introduce and invite the expert panel members for our second session. We welcome Dr. Dali Koshi, Director General, CEO, Institute of Apparel Management and ATDC. Mr. Prashant Agrawal, co-founder, Joint Managing Director, Wazir Advisors, Management Consultants. Welcome, sir. Mr. Harish Gupta, founder of Fashion Learning. Welcome, sir. Ms. Radhika Mehta, National Head, Training and Customer Care, Body Shop. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Nimish Tape, founder, Idea Smith. A round of applause for Nimish Tape. I'm good. Mr. Shemi Jacob, New World Fight Club, a collective of 7 professionals who contribute business and sustainability. Welcome, Shemi. Students, please clap. Ms. Ramni Katuria, Head of Business Development, Target Union Buying Agency. Ms. Ramni Katuria. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Ram Sareen, founder and CEO, Tukatech Incorporation, USA. Welcome, sir. Please. Mr. Kuldeep Sharma, Chairman, NIST. Mr. Kuldeep Sharma. Yeah, here he is. Welcome, sir. extend a warm welcome to all of you. Thank you once again for joining us here to share your knowledge on sustainable fashion. I would request Mr. Vivian Fernandez to take up from here. It's a big panel, huh? It's a large panel, which is terrific.
Yes, I think it makes my job easier also. This just goes true since I am, going to be sitting here for the next panel also, that I am effective the jack of all trades and master of none. Anyway, the topic here is responsible manufacturing and consumption. I think we'll only take a slice of this discussion, not so much responsible consumption, because I think that is too vast a subject. It will require some kind of social change. And I think, our economy is, the global economy is still not out of the woods. In fact, we want more of consumption from countries like India and China to boost global growth. So I don't think that responsible consumption would be something that would be appropriate at this stage. Of course, it is necessary. We have to consume responsibly, sustainably. But I think everyone wants to have more. I was talking to wildlife conservationists in Bangalore last week, Ullas Karan, who is a specialist in big animal ecology, and he was saying that all this talk about Gandhian consumption and all those things. I mean, they're very good notions, but they don't work in practice because everyone wants to prosper, have more, and as they rise up in life, perhaps they should themselves limit their consumption. So let's talk about responsible manufacturing, and I would like to kick this discussion off by asking Prashant Agarwal of Wazir Consulting whether, in 1991, I think the government of India, the Ministry of Environment and Forests, started something called ECOMA. Now, in these 20 years, there has been a lot of buyer pressure as well, pressure from Western countries. So, has the textile industry, has the garment industry been able to clean up its act?
Thanks. I would just say that because we are involved in policy making with Government of India, government is now focusing on sustainable development, sustainable production in a big way. They have put it as part of policy documents also. So that's a positive step in that direction. But when we talk about sustainability, I think it's more to do with an approach. It's an approach towards designing, sourcing, manufacturing in such a way that we maximize the way the human development and community development happens by minimize the impact on the environment. This is how we should take it. And with that, I think more important part in the last session also we are talking about how to increase wages and everything. It's also about how to make consumer aware of, how to brand your product so that you get more out of less. So once consumer is aware and he's buying your product, seeing the label, then it's much more efficient to do it. And I would put it in 3 brackets. One is social, another is eco-friendly, and third is sustainable. When we say social, we talk about women empowerment. We talk about how employment is given to all marginalized people. We talk about fair trade. We talk about taking care of animals. So all of this comes in social. And when we talk about eco-friendly, definitely how do we reduce the footprints, water footprints, carbon footprints, how do we reduce the chemical usage? And then finally, when we talk about sustainability, I think I would say it's 3 R's. It's like how do you recycle, reduce, reuse, and recycle. I think these are the 3 basic fundamentals that you have to focus when you talk about sustainability. Definitely, you have to rethink. It's a continuous thinking. I think that's very, very important. And that's why I'm saying sustainability has to be taken as an approach. You can't force, while definitely there can be a mandation which can be done in certain aspects, but it's an approach. While definitely during our discussions, we'll talk about, I just take one example that how Sri Lanka has done it as a country, how some of the countries are thinking about, and that's how India also has to think about. Sri Lanka thought about making it guilt-free garments. when they talk about guilt-free garments, they ensured that all workers get right wages, their education levels are improved, they have their rights taken care of. So overall improvement of growth of the workforce is done by the garments are being made by those factories. And just because of this guilt-free garment, the image of Sri Lanka overall in world image of clothing suddenly improved. And because of that, they really got their exports increased and they could make garment on a sustainable way at a higher cost. I think these are some of the things, even UK is doing it. They have set a target, 15% less footprints on water, 15% less footprints on carbon, 3.5% less footprints on wastage. So these are the things that we in India has to do. And a policy perspective, I think only 4 things. First, we have to definitely put it as a part of policy. Second, wherever the viability gaps are there, and we are talking about we are taking this sustainability initiatives, maybe government needs to fund something to have this sustainability initiative going on. Wherever mandation has to be done, and fourth is consumer awareness. I think these are the 4 broad things. With this, I would like it's a broader.
Yeah, part of the mic to the extreme right. We spoke about the fourth R, which is rethink. Do we think that we need to rethink some of our policies? My question is, all these things about fair wages, eco-friendly manufacturing, all that is very fine. For the past 20 years, we've been talking about it. But what is the status so far? Can we see visible change on the ground? Do we see visible change on the ground?
Yes and no. But I will come to your question a little later on. I think sustainability has been a part and parcel of India and Indians for a very long time. Frugal living has been part of our culture. But thanks to West, now we are rediscovering it just like yoga. Fortunately, we are trying to do it at a faster pace because technology has changed a lot of things. Before answering your question, I just want to bring some
frugality is all very well, but does it happen? Look at our rivers. Our rivers are very highly polluted. Look at the factories. I mean, there's sweat labor going on. So let's not talk about what was written in our traditions, in our holy books and all those things. Let's talk about what is happening on the ground.
I'm just coming back. See, technology intervention is resulting in cheaper clothes. First thing. I have 3 main thought-provoking thoughts that I want to bring to the table. One is technology has been resulting in cheaper clothing. That means we are buying more. So is cheaper clothing good enough for us? Is good? Is it in line with the sustainability that we are talking about today? Or the organic clothing, which is a little more costlier? Is that an answer to that? The second thing is that e-commerce. E-commerce has made shopping at the click of a mouse, right in your drawing room or desktop. That is fueling consumption. So, is e-commerce helping in sustainability? The third thing is that, Prashant is here. A lot of these technology consulting companies bring these figures, per capita consumption of polyester in USA is so much, in India it is so much. So, the gap that we have, we talk about window of opportunity, but is that really a window of opportunity? We should get into the trap of reaching the consumption levels. Should we reach the consumption levels of the West in that case? Is that an answer? So I think there are these 3 thoughts that I had. I was trying to brainstorm and trying to understand whether there are answers that are there. But I thought we have a very privileged panel here. We all can try to find out some questions to that. And basically,
yes, you can pass on the mic to
the last 3 questions related to those thoughts are: should the fashion become costly? Relating to the whether cheaper fashion is fueling more consumption, more number of people buying it. Should easy and discounted e-commerce accessibility should have some kind of barriers thrown in so that it doesn't make some laborer at some place buy things that they should not be buying. That is been happening.
Like what?
Whether it is clothing, fashion, anything and anything, because it is very discounted, they would like to change like a mobile, they change every 6
I
months.
thought e-commerce was empowering actually.
Sorry?
It empowers the consumer.
Yes,
even in the
everything has
remote
both
corner.
sides. Everything has both sides. So I'm trying to link it with sustainability. I'm not talking from the point of increasing the consumption because the topic that we are talking about is sustainability.
Okay.
Yeah. And the last thing is, should the per capita consumption be a barometer for development? I think that these three thoughts I want to leave.
Yeah, please pass on the mic to Dr. Koshi. Dr. Koshi, is organic the only way to do the sustainability? Or for example, should we be sustainable in our processes? That where you raise the benchmark, okay? And you make sure that, while we produce cheap clothing for the people, affordable clothing for the people, at the same time, we do not pollute. Cheap does not mean that we got to leave a mess all around. I don't think that is, that is necessarily correlated. You can have higher benchmarks, and at the same time, you can innovate and produce cheaper clothing without messing up the earth.
So my answer is about the context. India is a developing economy, and if you look at US, about 700 cars per 1,000 people, and India it is about 8 cars per 1,000 people. Just because US has 700 cars per 1,000 people, should India also emulate and say that we should also have 700 or 750 cars per 1,000 people? Or is there other models of transport, like the metro and mass rapid transport systems and things like that, or electric cars, which Apple and Riva earlier in India used to come out with? What's the model we need to develop is the context. So sustainability has to be seen in a context, and the context of India does not say that everybody is already fine and the per capita consumption of clothing is sufficient. Number of garments per individual in the country is sufficient. No, we are far from it. So obviously, sustainability in Indian context is somewhat. Varsha was discussing something about the people who are having flooded wardrobes, getting rid of the excess clothing, and then it reaches the rural through a supply chain. Some kind of a model. When we pass through some of the cities, you can see second-hand clothing or the clothing which is coming from various countries are being put on the roadside, and they sell these clothes and people pick it up. And hundreds of people who are laborers and others come and purchase this clothing at a very affordable rate. So what is important is to understand the context of the country. Look at sustainable models, not just because of the titles of organic cotton or organic clothing or whatever. That's not the idea. Idea is about how can this planet be more sustainable. And India is a country with a high density of population, and we are going to add to the number of population in the country, in the world, a great deal. World itself is going to add about 2.3 billion people by 2050. And how do we make sure that equitable availability of roti, kapda, makan is there for everybody? This is a fundamental question which I think we need to answer. And affordability is a quotient which is very critical for a country like India, where people are really struggling to make both ends meet. So obviously we need to have affordable clothing. Handloom at one point in time in India, when I entered the industry in 1977, handloom was every government servant used to take the Dornum advance and run to a store which was selling handloom, and they bought the bed sheet and clothing, whatever they wanted. It started getting delinked because the way it was projected, the way it was, it was seen by the people over a period of time, did not stand up to the milk sector and the huge kind of advertising which came, and it started slowly declining. And the weavers also were not getting the kind of wages they should have been getting. So obviously, we ourselves have hit at the bottom of this very equitable mix which was available, and started making a different skewed approach to the entire demand supply mechanism. So obviously your question cannot be answered by yes or no to one single aspect. We need to see the context of the country in different geographical locations and come out with models which are sustainable for India.
So I would like to ask a follow-up. Is reduced consumption the only way to achieve sustainability?
What consumption?
Reduced consumption.
No.
Or
I believe
even at this low level of consumption,
right?
Have you achieved sustainability?
No, the question is, it is in a country which is growing now, hopefully by 7.4%. To tell the people to reduce consumption is going to affect the entire economic model. So there is no way we can achieve responsible consumption, yes, but reduction in consumption, it is not a correct prescription for a country which is growing. But what is important is that can responsible consumption have some parameters which are coming to the mind of the people? Are they simply buying because of the tendencies of over shopping through e-commerce, over shopping in malls, or is it just required? Is greed taking over need? If your need-based approach is there, I don't think there is any problem in consumption. But when the greed takes over, that you want more and more, then obviously there's a problem in sustainability.
Okay. Madam, if I can ask you, we are not talking about greed at all. I mean, I'm sure that the earth, I read somewhere, I think it's a quote attributed to Mahatma Gandhi, that the earth has enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's need. I'm not sure whether Mahatma Gandhi actually said it, but it's attributed to him. The point is that even when we do need-based consumption in our country, are we doing it in a sustainable manner? Are we doing it has the pollution load come down over the past 20 years?
So, actually, the discussion currently is pitched towards one side of the thing, which is, yeah, here we're debating, sustainability of products, sustainability of manufacturing, using methods, which do not harm the planet anyway, or making the planet sustainable. However, there's another side to it. So, like right now, we're saying, okay, e-commerce, yeah, it is actually promoting large-scale consumption, and I think it is not about me. It is a lot of times about greed that e-commerce is. So where I come from, I have a live model, which is in the body shop. We started the e-commerce channel 1 year ago, and so since from the brand I represent, work for, and we have seen almost 70% of buying is by customers in the e-commerce channel is by customers who are repeat customers. It is not new customers who we really are able to, offer our products to the e-commerce channel, which really was the idea. That, okay, there are these destinations which we cannot reach through our 130 stores, and the e-commerce channel will be the vehicle through which this brand is going to reach all these cities, the small towns, etc. However, the learnings are that it is the repeat customer who is buying it, because e-commerce primarily is fueled by promotions and offers, and as soon as there is a 20% off, my customers start buying body butters in like packs of 5 or 6 instead of 1, which they would have bought in the store. So, what is very evident, and I think to me was very evident in the first panel as well, was there's a stark contradiction that exists between us, on the one hand, debating, methods and means and products and all of that, and the customer or the consumer, I should say, who is, on the one hand, getting more and more clued into, which brand is adopting sustainable methods or ethical standards. But when it comes to them consuming it, they aren't really giving that sort of leeway or that sort of advantage to those brands which are doing it. I'll give you an example, like in the body shop, the makeup we have, in fact, all the products are not tested on animals. Cosmetics has, by and large, and especially for a lot of Chinese brands, it is all tested on animals, and some very cruel methods are adopted. So from its inception, Anita, who started the brand, was very clear, and it's one of our core values. We live by 5 values. Is there is no cruelty going to be on animals, and there's not going to be no testing on animals, and we proudly announce it as well. But anyhow, the problem is this, that there is a certain markup or a certain higher price that you have to pay for that, obviously, because we are going to use technology to supplement that, which is apiculture. So we manufacture synthetic skin and then we charge those ones. So to keep it short, I'm saying we might debate this till dawn breaks. But is the consumer really, so on the one hand, they will say, oh yeah, great, you follow all these values, excellent. But are they really willing to pay a little higher price for it? One, or are they going to, what do I say, prefer brands which are adopting these methods, even if they're not going to charge them a higher price? So like
I suppose they do, because it's reflected in your sales figure.
No, I think we also have the first mover advantage. I'm not going to, mince my words here. So, I mean, we are one of the only brands which has that sort of a retail footprint currently, and we want to expand before all the Macs and the Sephora of the world come jumping in. So, so it's like the makeup has no fish scales, no animal gels, etc. But the customer who walks in has always this thing, okay, why are the colors not bright enough? We try explaining them. We don't use fish scales, we don't use shells, like a lot of other brands, we can't name, because you get the shimmer for any product through animal scales, fish scales, shells, bugs, bugs have brilliant colors.
But yours is actually a niche market we're addressing. The point you made is well taken. Because also the mic is coming.
Sure. Yes, so I'm just saying, so there is the demand. You said there's a supply and there's a demand. The supply will obviously match up when I think the demand will equally support it. This is the point I'm trying to make. It was a little long drawn, I agree.
But for the mass market, she was talking body shop, which is of course a very specialized market. There are people who are prepared to pay a premium. But let's look at the kind of clothes that I wear. I do not want to pay, a bomb. But at the same time, I want to make sure that the clothing that is manufactured is done in a way that is eco-friendly, that doesn't, has caused too much damage.
So that's need over greed, no?
Sorry?
Isn't that need over greed?
Yes, but
because
what I'm saying
happens
is, can we have a win-win situation where you can do both? You can create affordability as well as sustainability.
Yes, we can, actually. I think is that...
is it happening?
We're trying, certainly, like the lady has said. I think it is more need over greed, to be very honest, because things are available at a very cheaper price now. Even our buyers want things at a very cheaper price. So, and the fashion is changing rapidly. So what is happening is that, So what is happening is that the fashion is changing rapidly. So we have to create quick fashion at a cheaper price so that it is available to everyone and everyone wants it. So one has to look into those factors and at the same time sustain the fashion and sustain.
In other words, what you are saying is that unsustainability is built into the fashion industry because all the time you are creating planned obsolescence.
No, what I'm trying to also say is like with the old traditions, like our panel earlier said, the old tradition with the core creative can work together and create and sustain it would also help us create a good sustainability. So we have to basically work together with the old tradition and the new creative and the new designers put together so that they are labeled as the old but new.
Shami, you have been in the US all along, you come to India recently, and you advise companies in business innovation. Now we have seen a lot of certification, compliance and stuff like that. But does that get translated into responsible manufacturing in our country? Are textile companies, garment companies paying fair wages, number one? Number two, are they complying with environmental laws? Because I was in Tirupur a couple of years ago, and I was speaking to an agricultural director of Tamil Nadu Agricultural University, who happens to be from Coimbatore, close to Tirupur. And he was saying that the garment exporters of Tirupur, because they could not discharge the effluent into the river, some of them were actually pumping it underground. So they were solving the problem, immediate problem, but they were creating stacking problems for the long term. So what is your observation?
On innovation specifically. So thanks, Vivian. It was June of 1996, 20 years ago exactly, that Life magazine brought out a center-square article of a boy in Pakistan stitching a football. And that was the time I joined Nike, thinking it was a great company because it was so human and the company was a soul. And And I truly believe it till date. But then from a journalist perception, a boy in Pakistan stitching Nike football, the business tanked, there were revolts, there was stone throwing for the Nike stores, and a lot has happened since then. You know, the brands have taken on a new look at manufacturing, but even then, you have situations like the Rana Plaza incident that happened a couple of years ago, where over 2,000 migrant workers died. Something happened in Noida yesterday with labor. So it's almost a fine line. And as I was listening from the earlier session and today's session, I think we constantly talking of solutions. And I think we are not taking a moment to take a step back and think, what is it that we need, right? Because the needs are different. In this seminar, you have an overarching need of sustainability. Now, that's a word that's used a lot. I think it takes a moment to step back and say, what does it mean? Positively impacting people, positively impacting the environment, period. Now, and we've been thinking everything very sequentially, that the brands would come in. If you want business with me, you would have to comply. And therefore, the brands say, okay, if I have to comply, my prices go up. And it's almost a cat and mouse situation. And that's why we started using a method called design thinking, where I think designers are the best people to solve problems. And when you sit in these big panels of signing accords of manufacturing, seeing what is needed for a sustainable supply chain, you hardly have designers. Whereas in the fashion industry, you have so many designers. And I think it's the design, the creativity that says, let's look at this in a very spatial kind of a way, right? And then clear the clutter and say, let's start taking it step by step. So, this is really a complex challenge. So we had slow production, but are you going to pay them? Child labor versus education. Scaling, how do I scale? What kind of business model do we create? Do we cut consumption? We believe that it's not the consumer's responsibility as yet to decide what is good and bad. They are there, they want to enjoy, they want to buy. But as producers and designers, we have to give something out of the market that we say, this is the current system. People are going to buy, right? So, so let's talk about labor specifically, right? There's all these code of conduct. So when a big brand starts to look at a factory, they look at cost, delivery, financial stability, and various other things. And what is their delivery history? And I would think in India, and they talk about partnerships, but is there a brand out there to say, when I want to choose a factory, I want to test them on trust. I want to test them on respect. Because we are talking about an industry of 22 million people, right, globally. Do we know how to respect people? Because if we haven't, from an emotional standpoint, created a test saying, Factory A, we love what you have, we love your infrastructure, but unfortunately we'll have to back out because we haven't sensed that there is a respect factor for leadership versus, so this is my insight, because when I see, and these are what designers and design researchers actually observe. They see what is not shown. So when I'm sitting in an office at a factory manager's office, if a factory boy comes
if I can interrupt you, what these global brands do not look at is whether the management is actually ethical or not.
It's just an insight that I'm telling. If you want this entire sustainability and code of conduct to be a self-sustaining process without audits, without the cat and mouse situation where you have a crash just for the brands, and when the brands go, you have children in the you have fabric in the crash. Everybody is doing it just to, hey, I'm going to do this so that I get business. The question we would ask, if all these were manufacturers, would you keep your operators safe, even if you do not get the business? That's the way we approach the growth, right? So it's a completely different way to look at sustainability. And then, there's a saying in Nike, if you do the business right, money would automatically come. So the question we ask, and it's identifying the need before you go in and try to solve the problem.
Okay. So if you can ask that. I think, he ended with a question. If you do the business right, the money will follow. Does the money follow?
Money, has to follow in any situation, whether it is going as far as expectation or otherwise. Now, I take this subject with the permission from the concepts which was conceptualized by the leaders of IM here, the person sitting here. With the Gandhian philosophy to develop and evolve a suitable model for the present condition of India, in which India is still, if not in 70% of the villages, but say 60% or 65% of the villages. Well, this will be isolated discussion, so I would try to give my observation and experience of last 3.5 decades, beginning from fiber to retail. And I had a nostalgic feeling of being in this hall to organize an international conference with the cooperation of Pearl Academy of Fashion. Maybe some of the people are sitting here, left and Pearl Academy of Fashion. They are members of Textile Institute, Manchester here, and I look after the affairs over here in North India.
Because you're running out of time. I also have to pose questions to the audience. Your observations quickly.
Well, if you want to keep my experience concise in 5 minutes, give me 5. Tell me how many minutes you want to do. I'll give my
2 minutes.
so now I come back to the brass tacks. The contemporary fashion with the blend or the making a bridge between the traditional craft and social responsibility. I would like to demonstrate it also. I was thinking for 2-3 days when Dr. Sundar Singh spoke to me about it. Today I am wearing and I will demonstrate it, a recycled shirt, which will answer all of the queries which some of the panelists were inquiring about. 20% polyester and valence cotton, handmade, natural dyes used on this. And the price to your surprise will be 250 rupees, which I bought it from Patanjali showroom from a handloom shop.
From where, sir?
From Patanjali at Hyderabad. And this is really reliable. And you can have access to the comfort and the quality and handle of this fabric. So if you understand the fabric and how it is woven, you will perhaps come to know what is required in our present situation or at high end segment. So this is one moral story about it. So that is one. Second thing, I am wearing a tie, which is 100% wool tie, wool mark, made at a cooperative society. Someone was inquiring in the earlier session with cooperative society in the successful case. Well, I would invite all of you, we have a consultant over there, to visit that society and see the model of social responsibility, how the cooperative society are sustaining themselves and giving example as a model case to the entire nation. So this is all natural dye, embroidered and made in the same campus by the workers with the women empowerment in that area. And the society is so interwoven that in one of the last week, they were the entire society, the workers and the staff and the rank and file people all there for a site visit of other societies in North. So this is what made affordable also. 250, we talk of time of wash and care. It is once in a 1 year or once in 2 years, this woolen tie would require. And if you wash this shirt, I think with the environment we are staying in air conditioning on that, you can use it for 4-5 times after a wash on that. So this is what I can presume that it provides answer.
Those are wonderful examples. I can now turn to Mr. Ram. You are a votary of technology when you were in the audience. with technology and solutions.
Absolutely. 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 I come from California. We don't talk about sustainability, we practice it. I personally witnessed it. 17 years of living in beautiful, clean country like Canada, totally environmental safe, amazing water quality, air quality, and coming into Los Angeles 26 years ago, landing, I used to see.
So what is that magic sauce that
blue to brown?
What is that magic sauce that you find in Canada and California that even we should, import here?
Technology. Technology plays a major role. As gentlemen said, design room. 44% of all fashion industry in the United States is in California. Why are they practicing and what are they doing with their labor to produce responsibly? Yes, we have a problem with water, we have a problem with pollution, and how everybody collectively is doing it. 5 years ago, all these young people, and don't discard the young people, they are growing up with technology. To them, I call them Google generation, and they are the power. So by discarding technology or e-commerce and going back to our grassroots is absolutely the most dangerous thing. If I'm 65 years old, and I learn every day from the young people to survive in this world. I tell every young person I'm the most luckiest person who has seen the transformation of this world. My father didn't see that kind of quick transformation, and my children would never understand where we came from, what we saw, and the technology did it. And the fast pace of change. So I'll start with the example of technology. In the fashion business, design process. Design process.
I'm not asking a question.
I'm
You're waiting for a very long time.
But I thought this session was on technology for sustainability, and this is what I like to cover that. In fashion, there is so much waste in designing the product. What happens from the yarn level all the way to, it's because everybody wants to touch and feel. That if I have to make a product, the amount of waste in the design and development process, the number of samples that we could use, just see how the garment is going to look like. If we didn't have virtual technology, we would be doing all that. Sure, the speed is necessary. Sri Lanka, Prashant puts it there, is the only country in entire world where they have embraced technology, probably because they were short of people. They just didn't have enough people. So necessity may have been the mother of their invention. But there is no compliance company working in Sri Lanka. I love that country for a very simple reason. I have a house there. People think I'm Sri Lankan because I speak about Sri Lanka so much. That is a business model. If you want to go see that, compliance companies have failed because the people are self-compliant. You walk into the factory, they know how many workers are pregnant, so special meals are made for them. How many companies do you know around the world where they feed their workers breakfast because they understand the woman got up early, fed the child, sent the child to school, and didn't have time to feed herself.
Does it happen across the country?
Across the country, sir. Across the country. And that's where you really have to bow down and salute those people because they take care of it. If you don't take care of your workers, look, I've been a manufacturing guy. If my secretary wanted to quit, I'll say adios because she was an overhead. But if a machine operator wanted to quit, I'll go kiss her rear end because she's making money for my business. So you have to put your priorities. Yes, worker is absolutely important, but the culture starts from the top. We have a very old saying in California. We have 580 miles of beaches. And once upon a time, there was a real disaster. Millions and zillions of seahorses got washed ashore. thousands of people are lined up, just standing there and looking at it, and oh my God, what a disaster. Then the old man sees a little child taking one seahorse and putting it back in the ocean, and another one in the ocean, another one in the ocean. So the old man says, what are you doing? He says, I'm putting it back in the ocean. He said, what would that do? What difference would that make? There are millions and millions of seahorses dying. He said, it'll make a difference in this one. It'll make a difference in this one. It'll make a difference in this one. And next thing you know, the old man is doing it, and the next person, and the next person. The awareness has to be not pointing fingers, the government doesn't do this for me. Everybody has to think sustainability, especially people in our age group who have attained something. We are responsible, and we have to take the step, responsible step towards the next generation, because we're not going to live that long. But the next generation who's going to live for a long time, if we don't show them how to do it, this planet will be distant.
So thank you for those very noble thoughts. Very nice spoken. Two thoughts, self-compliance, voluntary compliance, and Shami Jacob spoke about trust. He was in no certification, no audit, trust, and voluntary compliance, making Sri Lanka. Is that the way to go? Ethical behavior is infectious.
I just want to add one thing. You know, the gentleman mentioned about price. Everything has come down in price. Quality has gone up. Automobiles is a great example. Safety, better quality, but much cheaper price. Automation has done that. Without technology, we couldn't do it. Without technology, we couldn't even make proper products. We talk about 80% of the products which are sitting in the closet. And I ask this question from almost every one person. So there are two aspects here. Okay, one is everybody wants to look individual in the fashion business. All the women sitting here, because it's the wedding season right now, you know what happens. You're going to go to 5 functions for the same wedding. You're going to meet the same people. Are you dressed the same way? No, you're going to have 5 outfits because somebody remembers who you were. So your consumption is going to increase. That's not going to change. It's going to go up. Now, how do you make it affordable fashion, sustainable fashion? How do you make fashion that speaks itself? It starts with a fit. If you don't have the right fit, I ask people, what are your 5% or 10%, or what are the number of garments that are your most favorite? And everybody says the 10% as well. That means 90% of the garments they purchase was an emotional purchase because it was selling for 50% off or 90% off, or it looked very good, or it was whatever the reason, because it was bargain. They wore it once and somebody told them you look like hell because it didn't fit. So why is the garment my favorite? Is because it fits well, it gives me confidence. So designers must start with developing the fit under, we call it mass customization. And without technology, you can't do that. If you don't understand who your consumer is, what their shapes are, you look India. I did consulting project for Indian Army 17, 18 years ago. And I was surprised. In that time zone, we were making only 4 sizes, small, medium, large, and extra large in the garment industry. Today we have hundreds and hundreds of sizes and different size ranges. But in India, we had 167 sizes when we analyzed the body shape and measurements. In India, 4.6, 4 feet 6 inches tall burqa to 6 feet 4 inches tall yacht regiment. You've got diversity. So fashion designers here have a bigger challenge than the Americans or the Europeans because they are working with similar body sizes, different preferences. But technology, without technology, I don't think you can get there.
Thank you. So, last question to you. Mass customization, technology, that's sustainable. It will create sustainability.
Is the mic on?
Yes.
I'll be waiting a little from your question and then I'm coming back to it. Couple of things going on in my mind. The earlier conversation which we heard about the craft people and sustaining their livelihood. Now we have kind of very eminent people over here discussing technology, e-commerce, growth, GDP, etc., etc. Two things that really we are focusing back, as the gentleman said, on the word sustainable. The first thing that comes to my mind is I see a lot of young crowd over here. I'm sure the probably age group of boys and girls sitting over here would be 20 to 25. And the first question that comes to everyone's mind, it should, that's the most pertinent question why we are here, and that's what we are here to answer today is, what kind of planet are your grandchildren going to inherit? After you marry and then they marry and probably the third generation, is there going to be planet as we see? The numbers that we are now we are being shown, and that probably the video didn't do justice to it. Today, if 7 billion people are inhabiting planet Earth, some scientist has worked out that per global citizen, we are all global citizens. I'm taking this discussion away from a country domain and not being specific to India, gross, is 2.7 global hectares of land is what one global citizen is utilizing to sustain his livelihood, which means he's extracting, he's taking, we all take from Mother Nature. We know that sun is the giver of energy. Plants utilize sun to create chlorophyll. That's how the whole food systems begin. Nature in all its manifestations sustains us through 25 service channels. It's sad, but that's the reality. 15 out of those service channels are perilously close to getting destroyed. 4 are defunct, and 5 could probably revive. I won't delve much into it. I'm sure you all know we look at air, water, fisheries, and everything from which we draw our sustenance. So 2.7 global hectares of land is what one global citizen is looking at right now. Actually, that is 30% more than what he should be. 2.1 global hectare is the norm. So we are already consuming 30% more of space in the land, and that is not keeping any space for any other animal. So while everyone has had a human perspective of growth, of consumerism, of profits, of salaries, of wages, for once I thought someone in this forum should represent Mother Nature. Someone from this forum should represent the rivers that have gone absolutely bad. And the entire, and man has massacred nature. We know that we are all mass murderers in many forms. And fortunately or unfortunately, the way you look at it, textile industry is the single biggest polluter in the world. Cotton that is grown it uses humongous resources of water, pesticides, insecticides. The conditions are pathetic. There is child labor abundantly used over there because children's fingers are the most adept at picking up cotton. I worked in cotton fields during my stint at IKEA. And then the entire eco-degeneration, the rape of Mother Nature begins across huge industries, across dyeing, across plants, and it doesn't end there. After the clothes we purchase, and we do end up purchase 100 times more than we really need. So reduction in consumption should become the norm, probably the law. That's what I feel. If you have to give a planet, sustained planet to your grandchildren. So on that note, I would probably end up, and the gentleman can open up the conversation.
The points are well taken. You are saying that frugality and austerity is the way to go forward. We have time for 2 questions from the audience.
I'm just coming in over there. One second. Hold on. It's not about frugality. It's not about or any one word that defines it. In a nutshell, the solutions. If mankind has to survive the next 40, 50, or 80 years as in this planet, the bad part of what we are, all of us, we are in a small boat in the middle of an ocean. There is no shore. The boat cannot go to another planet. We cannot cohabit another planet, and there is no way technology can bring any resources from another planet to us. So whatever we have, this is the hour. We are perilously close to extinction. Forget fashion, forget everything else. How we ensure that the planet Earth remains intact 50 years from now is the more question.
Sir, I would not share your pessimism because about 30 years back we were talking about the population bomb and food running out. Today we are feeding 7 billion people. I'll just give an example. In India, our corn productivity is 2.6 tons per hectare. In Iowa, USA, it is 11 tons per hectare. So technology has the answer. We can have a prolonged discussion later on. Let me throw the.
My question again to the Institute audience: the jury is out there on I'm not authoritative, and my word is not the word of the prophet or the Bible, and neither is this. It's for everyone's thinking to take it ahead.
Some questions from the audience, please.
Hi, my name is Ravi Kapoor. It's more of an observation than a question. I feel the discussions that have happened, the panel earlier and this panel, we have basically done a competition versus synthetic versus man-made, and this approach I don't think is correct. I think we have a need for both because of the population explosion that is taking place and the land that is used to make cotton, as the gentleman said, right? So there is a need for synthetic, and innovations have to take place. Technology plays a massive role in the kind of garments and the kind of fabric that we need to take care of the masses. Similarly, the gentleman who said that in Haridwar he picked up that shirt and the tie. Now, those kind of people, there is a lot of advertising and marketing needed. So there and the e-commerce needs to pick up on that, so that the masses, because what is happening is the lower middle class and the middle class doesn't care about sustainability at all. They want cheap material, and the only way to do it is if on Flipkart and all these other avenues we have cotton, 100% cotton available for 200, 300 rupees. So that's one approach, and technology you cannot ignore because we need to take care of the huge population that we have. Don't make it a competition versus this. That's the observation I have.
Point well taken, sir. Any other observations, questions? Keep it short, please.
Hello, my name is Shaili Chintami from Northern Fiber. I think the gentleman said is absolutely right that textile is one of the biggest, second biggest industry, and that supports millions and millions of people in India and everywhere else. And designing the right framework where the sustainability of people and the planet is taken care of, I think is the most important thing than anything else. We can then follow it up once the framework is right, once the guidelines are set up properly, it is managed properly, it is the reward and the punishments are completely in line, whether it is self-generated, authority-generated. That is something that is, I think, the need of the time. And one of the things that I wanted to mention about the depletion and all that, one of the great thinker of sustainability, William McDonald, said one time that we should be designing things like trees. Trees are, they never pollute, there is no waste, there's absolutely no waste in anything. Everything gets reused. So all the design elements of all our activities, that is something that's taken care of, that everything is reused, everything has its own meaning, its purpose, and everything nourishes itself. It's not something that is destroyed, but everything nourishes the other thing. And that's how the whole planet is flourishing. So we are going towards the world of abundance rather than the world of destruction. That is what the designers have the responsibility to do, and that is the solution that we can find.
Thank you, madam.
Hello, I'm Plus Center from Apparel Online. I just want to make one.
Madam, kindly hold the mic closer to you.
Yeah, I'm Plus Center from Apparel Online, and I just want to make one observation. I agree with Dr. Koshi that we cannot talk about sustainability in a vacuum. We have to talk about it in a context. And I think when we're talking about sustainability in various forms, whether it's technology, as Mr. said, or we're talking about developing clusters or whatever we're talking about, I think there has to be a cohesive effort where all these elements understand where they play their role and how we can correlate them in a way that is growth. At the end of the day, the whole concept of sustainability will fall through if there's not pure economic sustainability. Now, no effort can be sustained unless we sustain it all where everybody is earning and everybody is profitable. So at the end of the day, whether we're saving the environment, whether we're trying to do something for the people, for the society, for anything, at the end of the day, there has to be some business model where everyone has the ability
cohesive effort, and I believe with what you said, that we cannot say that only this is the best way, or this is the best way, or this is the best way. It has to be very cohesive and very, what should I say, joint effort, very collaborative effort, and even policy making should take that in mind, that the people who are making the policies and the people on the ground level, I think there's a big gap between that also, because when you go to the corridors of power, you realize that there is no long-term vision. Everyone wants fast remedies. Okay, let's make a design, let's sell it in 3 stores or 4 stores, but there's no marketing effort to make a bigger impact. So I think a lot of things have to be done, a lot of ideas thrown around, but at the end of the day, it has to be, everybody has to sit down and make out a complete, what should I say, roadmap, as Dr. Koshi would say. We all have to do it together.
Thank you. And I think the 3 persons from the audience have summed up the discussion quite neatly. So shall we give them a warm applause? And also to the person from Bharat.
I'll just come in for a second one more. Since Ila said something that stuck to mind, I'm just opening this debate up to the audience over here. There are 2 facts, 2 focal points that probably mankind is looking at right now. To keep economics as an agenda and then take it top down to reach everything else, or to keep ecology as a topmost agenda and to take everything down to sustain that. So if people can vote, who's voting for economics? Let's see what the audience has to say. Should economics be the fulcrum around which the world drives itself to the future, or should ecology be the fulcrum along which it becomes the pivot point? Hands up for economics. On popular demand, I am putting the third option as both. So ecology, hands up for ecology. Let's see how many hands go up. Only ecology. All right, and economics and ecology both. It was a no-brainer. All right, audience, you win as always.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. It was a very interesting panel discussion.
Can we recycle these for the next panel? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay, so without taking much of your time, I think I'm going to ask everybody to move to our third panel discussion. Yeah, the high fashion design for make in India. That's our next topic for the panel discussion. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a huge welcome to our famous guest, Ms. Sunita Shankar, fashion designer. She's working with grassroots level craftsmen for various states, including Gujarat. Ms. Sunita Shankar. Welcome, ma'am. Ms. Krishna Mehta, fashion designer, mentor, and consultant. She's been a recipient of many awards, such as Fabulous Peacock Award by Government of Gujarat, CAI Award for the Best Menswear Designer, and Times of India Award in recognition of usage of natural and khadi fabric. Welcome, ma'am. I want to see everybody clapping. Hi. Come on. Ms. Meher Tessalino, author and eminent columnist. Meher Tessalino was the first Miss India selected by Femina to represent the country at Miss Universe and Miss United States contest. She's also authored many books. Welcome, ma'am. Yes, I'm sure. She looks gorgeous. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Jaydeep Ghosh, fashion columnist at HP and consultant. Here? No, I didn't. Yes, okay. Ms. Satya Sarar, fashion columnist. She's best known for her role as an editor of Fashion Magazine in the NME. Please welcome Satya Sarar. Fernandez, maybe we can move Mr. David Abraham, fashion designer, creative director of Abraham and Tacos. Please welcome Mr. David Abraham.
Well, the topic is high fashion designed for Make in India. We have 20 minutes. This is a very short panel discussion because we have something to follow as a digital presentation by some of the speakers from abroad. So, it's about rolling. The first question is, like the Indian IT industry, which is mostly into job work for foreign clients, do you think that the Indian fashion industry also will be mostly into job work for foreign labels, or do you think that we can create, the time has come for us to create labels of our own as well? Do you think that we have that capability?
We're also joined by Ms. Reena Dhaka. Sorry, I just invite her on the stage. Ma'am, please join me.
We have, yes, India is very big on job work. There is no two ways about it. We are very good with our embroideries, which is an unparalleled art, and our fabrics are also much renowned. So I would say that not just job working, but also manufacturing. And it is definitely that our label is not as easy for us to make our labels as big there. I'm talking about the designers at large, because India being a warm country, we have our own ways of dressing, and it is not so easy for people to sort of relate to everything that we do. So it's not so many people that can, I mean, I'm not looking at such big labels who can go abroad and overseas. So the embroideries, yes, and the fabrics and the textiles, which would be great exports and generation of revenues and providing means of work management, labor consumption.
I was thinking the other way. I think that India as a market is improved and it is becoming much more important for luxurious brands to come into India. A lot of foreign labels are created in India. So it is an opportunity for Indian designers also to be paid well. And yes, we have a market which is ready for our but otherwise it would have India. And industry could be say about 20 years old in India. And there are people still working and growing. There's growth attributed, this demand and supply, consumer understanding, and the client base. You have to enter client base. So for us to go globally now is
do we have the capability at home? For example,
no data is we have the capabilities. I think
I'm talking in terms of marketing. Marketing skills. I think much of this fashion label creation is also a function of marketing. Just not a
absolutely, absolutely. It is also that it's segmented into so many levels. If you have in India, you have easy coordinate wears, or you have something called Indian Western wear. But there can give a better, can be more elaborate on it, and you can just move forward with it. I think it's multi-dimensional, multi-layer, and you have to understand the market that you're playing for, and you market it accordingly. I think it's possible.
I think that we have been doing Make in India for several decades. Since 1971, one of the designers, Mr. Madhu Mehta of the Swatantra Party, started making embroidery for Gucci. And since then, his son has continued this work. And embroidery is one of our biggest strengths, and that is where Make in India comes in. And we also have designers like Naeem Khan and Roma Patra who are doing fabulous work. But I have realized that most of the foreign designers feel that getting embroidery done in India is the only way to make their garments sell. So Make in India has been around for a very, very long time. And designers now have realized how important they are to the foreign designers.
But do we do high fashion in India?
We do, we definitely do, because Nitai Mehta's label Aditi has cornered practically every fashion designer in Paris, Italy, and in the West. They do for full collections for Versace, for Karl Lagerfeld, for Dolce Gabbana, and even Donna Karan.
But, madam, but the labels are not Indian.
No, the labels are not Indian, but now Nitai Mehta has also launched his jewelry label, which he is retailing in the West, and it's made in India.
Reena Dakar, do you think that we are taking various steps to our global presence?
First of all, I'd like to say a big hello to students of IIM. I'm in IIM, and I'm with the students and the team and the professors. Koshi, if he's still there. How are you all? Hello. It's so nice to be here. And these are, I mean, as a designer, I'm really happy to come to your institute. I think it's so wonderful. It's really pretty outside, and I'm sure it's a great creative platform. We've got a great team heading it. So, sorry, now I will answer your question. I think everything in human life is a continuous struggle. So it's whether it's fashion or it's your daily challenges or even running a very successful, sustainable model wherein the business is already on your table and right from the manufacturing stage to the supply end stage, you've got it packed all on place. But still, there is huge amounts of struggle in the clothing world or in any manufacturing world, I think. As students of IIM, my question is to be here for their sake. My personal wish would be that they learn about the trade. I think there's so many aspects of clothing and fashion, and there's home, there's accessories. And there isn't just about being a designer. I feel also our home market is huge and it's always growing, and there is great opportunity here. Instead of just trying to be one among the many in a very overcrowded Western market, which is, as you know, very well dominated by a marketing conglomerate. Most of the fashion is owned by a few fashion houses and a few men own it. So they aren't likely to promote one of your 1,500 or 3,000 students. So from their perspective, I would think is to look within, right where we are. Just here, there is a lot of opportunity. And it isn't just only about being a designer. There's so much to this trade. I myself want to learn still. And it's continuous.
So you are saying that make in India for India.
Also.
David, where do you stand on the theme of this discussion? High fashion, design to make in India.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite get your question.
I said, where do you stand on the theme of this discussion, which is about high fashion, made in India for the world, or made in India for India?
So far, Indian fashion designers have been very successfully making for India. And I think that's very valid because I think we've seen in the past 15 years growth of a lot of Indian designers, beginning of Indian designer brands, and they've all been supported by the domestic markets. So I think that's really going to be the way to go. I don't know if it's really necessary for everybody to focus on the international market, which is, as Reena said, already full of brands. And fashion, I think, is also relatively culture specific. So I think there may be needs in each culture that are slightly different that perhaps Indian designers could address. And those who wish to go overseas, of course, but I wouldn't see that as a priority.
Okay.
I look at it a little differently. Yes, India is very important, and in my experience as a journalist,
we used to in Femina carry 2 pages of what we used to call mail order. It was a kind of experiment. And I remember we once carried 90 saris. And with a circulation of 1 lakh copies, we did 8 pages of Nandi saris. And at one point, I was doing nothing as editor except answering phones. That on page 3, there is that green sari I want an order. And I think Nalli sold on page 3 and page 8, it seemed the most popular, 80,000 pieces. So today we have online, and if you're looking at India, yes, there is a huge market we can address, but there is this huge, I mean, there's no country in the world where there are no Indians. And they are all looking at India to buy, especially, I mean, the wedding industry, of course, is huge, but even other ones.
What would you tell them? Modi kurta?
Any kurta. Any kurta.
Or the monarchs have a suit.
No, but I think that if you do want to sell abroad, let's try and sell what is ours to our people. And that's a huge market.
Prime Minister Modi has been talking about the 5 Fs, which is farmer, fabric, farmer, fiber, fabric, fashion, and foreign markets. So you are saying address the diaspora abroad.
Absolutely. There is a company called Shop for Change. Shop for Change has been in India for a long time and especially address the cause of the Vidarbha farmers, where it is from the farmer, they cut out the middleman and they give you the fabric directly. And that is a little higher price, so they have a few mills. If you Google it, I think you will get the list. It's organic, it's eco-friendly, and it is already made in India and it's out there.
And since we have some very well-known personalities on the dais, I think I should not start with you and the audience. A lot of students from IAM, I'm sure, would like to ask questions. So why don't I open this discussion, the floor open to questions from the students particularly. Yes, sir.
Hi everyone.
Please announce your name and who the question is directed at.
Okay, I'm Nishita from Home Fashion Magazine. My question is for all the panelists and especially from Ms. Satya. We do a lot of exports and we do it for other brands and export houses abroad. And we do so many good quality work, but still it is made in India, but not with the brand. Nowhere it is written made in India or any brand who has made it. Why so? I mean, why can't if suppose Alok Industries is producing something, why can't it promote it as Alok Industries? We make it for Macy's, we make it for Walmart, but it is written
when exporters are generally exporting the fabrics, I mean, that's only the surplus. You're right on this, that the surplus comes and it is sold from small stores, or it is also that you're bound by contracts for the company, with the companies that you manufacture for. It is their design that you're manufacturing under their label, and it is not permissible to be sold within this country. Should they wish to sell it here, it's got to be a different design and under a different brand label, which is what the companies are not willing to do. So it's just the exporters who are doing it and they're exporting. So I guess if they wish to go domestic, then it would be very easy. So it's up to them to decide.
I think Veena also had answered the question earlier on, which spoke about this international conglomerates owning the brands and spending huge amount of dollars on promoting the brands. Promotion, brand promoting is not a very easy exercise.
There's Henri Francois and there is Bernard Arnault, and I think the Prada family. In America, I'm not so sure of the fashion houses, but primarily they own 60% of what we call branded designer goods. But other than that, I'm sure David Abraham, who's I've myself touched his product, walking down Selfridges, his product with a label will say made in India when he's selling, and it's one of the most reputed stores. As well as for me, when I've sold my label internationally in the stores which have bought from me,
I will have my own label and it says made in India. Because you can't export without putting a country of origin.
I think the made in India label, and also because there hasn't been enough backing for the industry, and we also haven't seen ourselves as originators of ideas and originators of brands in the past 15 or 20 years. I think we were happy just to supply, but I think that's changing now. And I think we need, but again, I reiterate, we need to have a very strong home market first in fashion to develop the brands and then export the brands.
It's not going to be long.
It's
coming up very fast.
It's coming very fast, yeah.
And designers, I would say that the brands here are not even filtered into their own country to be able to go overseas. Once we reach into every pocket, then we can hold the flag and move further. By their own government, when the Japanese designers came up, I don't know, whatever, like CI or whatever they had, the equivalent, and that's how you have an Insigne, Yoji, and all the other brands. I don't know, I mean, we tried it in small ways.
We haven't had enough support, and for example, Made in Italy is a phenomenon of a complete of all the different parts of a government, of business, of I mean, every shareholder was involved in creating Made in Italy. It can happen here if there is that kind of participation at every level. Thank you.
Hi everybody, I'm Priyanka this side, and I have a query not just related to fashion, but it's basically regarding home furnishings as well. I mean, we see there is a huge gap, like fashion gets so many names established. I mean, hats off, like Indian designers have really made a presence abroad. But why is this void in the furnishing industry? I mean, there are hardly any Indian, like names which are selling abroad. We're doing job work, we end up doing job work. So how do you get over it? How do you make a better name? Both Indian and international, that's the question.
Actually, David should be answering most of the questions. David, you are with the content shop. Yeah,
It's small. I mean, we do home furnishings. We've always done home furnishings under our own brand, but small. And I would say that as a small company, we do not have the resources to market in the West or in the export market because we just simply don't have the resources.
No, but you're trying to ask why
in India, why are the brands not developed in India? Because I think the whole market is still just developing right now. It's early days and it's still very, very price conscious. And it's evolving. I think give it another 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, it's in a very nascent stage, and the designers are also looking at making various collections. But also the demand, which is from north to south, is so different, so varied. I mean, there's certain regions up north which should want something which is more textile based, but if you're looking at somewhere like in a city like Bombay, then it would be a different kind of a feel that they would want. So there is a little bit, there is no synergy as far as the demand and the want. Today, as far as fashion is concerned, it's rather easier because you see there and you want it there. It's still not happening in home, but as David said, just give it like 5, 7 years, and before you know, we're there.
Also, there's this whole clone market.
I think there's fine and head control. They're essential hubs for making the base and the loom fabric for all sheets, cotton, and all that. And we get very spoiled by finding things, and we, the surplus makes its way, and then there's Bombay dyeing and other stuff. I doubt if it would really even take off. I mean, if I made a bed cover, it would cost us only so much, because I don't even have the connection with the loops to give it to me. But can I interrupt? There's 2 brands. You can say Palantir. The other one, which was in upmarket, is Huda. They're introducing the food. And they are doing a lot to do with the craft people, craft sector, sustainability, great design, internationally accepted. So it is happening, and you have to pay for design and you have to pay for good quality. We have to understand this.
As consumers, we have to understand that we have to be ready to pay the price for the product, whether it's garments or anything. It's got to do with lifestyle.
Satya, you wanted to have the last
I want to have the
and
last
addition to
word.
that.
And only 2 minutes, 1 second, 1 minute. And I would have wanted this all full because since we are talking about sustainability and we are talking environment and quality and everything, I will say that if we have to make in India, let's make things that are ours, that come from our roots, that we can reuse, recycle, whatever, and let's stop making stuff that we think is fashionable, because fashion is beyond clothes. Let's stop making paper cups. Let's stop making plastic glasses. And you as students, please, if each one of you pledges not to use these things, we will be making much better in India.
So here we have not only high fashion, but high-mindedness as well. So on that noble thought, yes, sir.
Just to add on to what you have said, we talking about brands, but I'm talking about again the first session of our crafts. We were talking about saving our crafts of India. Why not use their names when you use them for making your embellishments? Those when they're doing such beautiful chicken work, why are we not using where it's coming from? I think that would bring the entire cluster into focus, and that's what I've been talking about in my first panel discussion, the whole thing about BI coming to the world map. The whole region, the whole village, the whole community will come into the world map. People should know where Zardozi is being done and where Kali is being done. So their names should also come into the
Can I say one thing? We all David has been working, Krishna has been working, I've been working in the craft sector. I was introduced to Gujarat. I've been working in Africa, in Goa, a whole lot of places. I traveled in Kutch, I was there, specifically. It was over a decade ago, which is just after the earthquake, I visited Kutch because I was sent by the nature. I love family, fell in love with family. I adopted that village to work for me, right? In the process, I started working with even Ajrak. They all started working with me. I introduced them. They're on Facebook. They interact with me, and I have a whole lot of people who are aware of it, and I am that. Whenever we do promotions or we do promotion in stores, we do mention that it is coming from this place. If anyone, see, you have so many craftsmen working for you. You can't name everyone. It's always the master craftsman who takes the thing, right? It has to be a collaborative effort. Unfortunately or fortunately, it's a designer who is taking the initiative of making those products using the traditional crafts, right? So it's a collaborative, and they do get the name, as you said, they get the importance. And at the same time, you have to say that we are supporting the crafts. Also, to add to that, in one collection, there could be garments or fabrics that could come from Maheshwar. A kurta, which is the fabric, comes from Maheshwar, but it is embroidered in Lucknow or this and it is done in Jaipur. So, how many names can you put on one garment? So
it's not the question of that. I think you understand what I'm trying to say. Is the recognition. You want recognition, they want recognition. So I'm talking on behalf of the 600 million.
They have got recognition. They are doing very well.
Yeah.
It's incredible how well they are.
They will never be able to make brands. So we are talking about brand. So what about our bottom line brand? And when we say the bottom line brand, are we looking at a policy where we can say made in India? Because everything is made in India already for ages and ages. This is the traditional architecture.
My label carries handmade in India because it is primarily handmade in India. So it's not necessary that it's only embroideries that India is providing. We do printing, we do amazing textile, which is woven textile. I mean, that also has to be taken into consideration. Our athlete girls, I mean, there are other aspects of embellishment and woven textiles that are
All the time. Thank you very much. Shall we give a round of applause to our panelists over here?
Thank you so much. Thanks to all the participants who traveled far and here to share the experience and engage with each other. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The seminar was indeed fruitful and productive. Thank you, sir.
How are you?
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you here. Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. Thank you, Mr. Thank you. With that note, I would invite you all, the esteemed guests, distinguished speakers, special invitees, and delegates to our next event, digital session by international experts on sustainable fashion. We have tea being served outside in case you're tired, you can go have a cup of tea and then join us back. But we want everybody here by 10 to 6, 5:50, everybody should be here. In the meanwhile, we keep running our digital session. Yeah? We'll have the honor of listening to Dr. Fatina Sekhi, Creative Director, co-founder, founder of Sustainable Idea Lab. She's a visiting professor at Politecnico di Milano, Italy. And Mrs. Han. She's a PhD candidate at Politecnico di Milano, Italy. Can we have Fatima Sekhi, please? Connect to her. Okay. Okay. Good morning. Good evening, Ms. Sekhi. Good evening, here.
Good evening, I'm Dr. Fatima Sayedi, visiting professor in design research from the Politecnico di Milano. I'm glad to be part of India Towards Sustainable Fashion 2070 events. Latest statistics and research results about the major social, economic, and environmental problems our humanity is facing tell us that sustainability is no longer an option. Sustainability became our only choice. While researching the roots of sustainability in design literature, we discover several isolated voices. Today, I will talk about 3 of these important isolated voices. The first one is William Morris. William Morris is an English textile designer, poet, novelist, translator, visionary thinker, and socialist activist. Associated with the British arts and crafts movement, he was a major contributor to the revival of traditional British textile arts and methods of production. He played a significant role in propagating the early socialist movement in Britain. Morris had 2 major concerns. The first one was a question that he used to repeat to himself. How can we combat all this luxury and waste? His anger and shame at the injustices within society drove him into revolutionary activism. Another important issue that Morris used to address in his work was his strong desire to protect the natural world from the ravages of pollution and industrialism, causing some historians of the Green Movement to regard him as an important forerunner of modern environmentalists. After William Morris, I would like to talk about another important voice in sustainability. And here I talk about Buckminster Fuller. He was an American architect, the designer, author, system theorist, and inventor. Fuller was an early environmental activist. His main concern regarded the finite resources the planet has to offer, and his work was oriented toward doing more with less. He used to believe that there is no energy crisis at all, but it's only a crisis of ignorance. Another issue that Fuller addressed in his work is that we strongly believe that a single individual could contribute to changing the world and benefiting all humanity. The third isolated voice that we found in design literature is the one of Victor Papanek. He was a designer and educator who became a strong advocate of the socially and ecologically responsible design. Papanek traveled around the world. He gave lectures about his ideas for ecologically sound design and designs to serve the poor, the disabled, the elderly, and other minority segments of society. While these were three isolated voices, today sustainability is already on the global agenda politics. It's on global initiatives. We have hundreds of research centers, educational programs at the graduate, master, and doctoral level, hundreds of publications and events, TV channels, and sustainability became today an issue of our everyday life. And I conclude my presentation by talking about the PhD in design at the Politecnico di Milano, where most of PhD research projects must be oriented towards sustainability, whether cultural, economic, social, or environmental sustainability. And I conclude, I know you're running out of time, but if you have time, you can share with the audience the video about one of these selected PhD research projects in fashion. It's done by the PhD candidate Han Han. She's working on orienting European luxury fashion brands and Chinese consumer market towards sustainability. And now I must conclude. I thank the audience and the organizers of the event, and I hope your event will have a good and positive impact on fashion in India. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we have Ms. Rachel B. Miller. Rachel Miller is an artist, educator, design consultant, and a researcher from New York. She has worked with local designers and artisans in India to develop products that preserve traditional techniques while incorporating contemporary design. Ms. Rachel B. Miller. We're still connecting with her.
Okay, hello. My name is Rachel Miller. I'm the studio head of the textiles program at Sheridan College, and I also teach in Sustainable Fashion Entrepreneur Program at FIT. I'm here to talk about just some pros and cons of natural and synthetic fibers, and also some pros and cons of natural and synthetic fabrics, and ways that, and some advice of different types of sustainable materials, and ways that we could take our part. So just to review very quickly, I just wanted to give some information about all the different and exciting fabrics that are out there for sustainable sourcing, and some of the advantages and disadvantages of them. One of the #1 fibers out there that's been very exciting for people has been bamboo. And bamboo has many advantages over cotton as a raw material for textiles. It reaches up to about 35 meters tall. They are the largest member of the grass family, and they're a very fast-growing plant. So according to being regenerative, they're quite wonderful. But one of the cons about bamboo is that it takes a very long time to process. So, and it also, there's a lot of chemicals that break down the wood in order to make a fabric. So it's very important to understand the pros and cons of these things, because although it goes very quickly, the processing is quite chemical. Another type of fabric is called NGO. It's a polymer lactic acid. It's derived from corn. And there's Tencel or lyocell. It's been developed in the 90s using fast-growing eucalyptus wood. The process of producing this material is similar to the production of viscose. They both use a closed-loop system, and this is from fast-growing trees. So this is another type of sustainable material. And I'm mainly talking about materials that are alternatives to cotton, because cotton has been quite an issue for quite some time. It uses more water than almost any other crop, especially organic cotton, because the organic cotton is a very thirsty crop. And these are just some other alternatives of cotton. Hemp is a strong and durable fabric. It's a weed, so it grows like one. So there's no need for pesticides to grow. It helps to minimize that water pollution. Organic cotton reduces chemicals by up to 500 pounds. It uses up a lot of water, but it helps to prevent water pollution. There's soy fabric. It's warm and 3 times as strong as wool, so that's a good alternative for wool. They have very long staple fibers, and they are produced by byproducts of tofu and soy milk. They're made into eco-friendly fabrics, and as food that contains soy becomes more in demand, so does the demand for soy fabrics. And the parts of the soy plant that are left over help to eliminate waste. So pros and cons of dyes. So there are successful dye companies that have been able to harvest dyes and reach out to markets worldwide. A successful dye company is called Rubia Red from the Netherlands. They produce natural coloring agents from a renewable natural source, such as plants, to extract the color agents, such as madder. And madder produces a beautiful reddish orange tint. So they use their own madder varieties. They keep their colors as pure as possible. Other types of sustainable dyes out there. So Rubia Red works more with the natural madder root plant, but many people want to still work with chemical dyes. So chemical dyes that still give beautiful color, but are a little bit more environmentally friendly, are azo-free dyes, AZO. It's a convention, so basically azo compounds are very stable, and they have very vivid colors like reds and pinks and yellows, but they use a lot less carcinogenics and formaldehydes as traditional synthetic dyes. So those are some of the pros of an azo-free dye, but it's still a chemical that's being used. So so pros and cons of natural and synthetic. Synthetic dyes, of course, give you more vibrant color than natural dyes do, but natural dyes are they're a lot more sustainable because they can always be put back into the earth, and their colors tend to match very beautifully. So if you're making a collection, then of fabrics, and you can certainly they can match quite well. Yes. Oh, sorry, I had to do 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think it was very, very beneficial. Now I would like to connect to Dr. Anupama Pasrita. She is an associate professor and a chair of the Department of Apparel Merchandising and Design at St. Catherine University, Minnesota, USA. Sustainability has been the focus of her work. Her research interests include sustainable fashion and apparel, sustainability education within the fashion and apparel, sustainable design and development, product development and supply chain. In 2011, she was awarded the National New Achiever by the American Association of Family and Consumer Sciences. Currently, she serves as a collaborative research advisory committee, Women in Arts, Minor and University Internationalization Council. She's a board member of SOL Inspiration, Minnesota, USA, an organization committed to eco-fashion, and an honorary member of Association for Promoting Sustainability in Campuses and Communities. May I please have Ms. Anupama Pasrita.
Hi everyone, this is Dr. Anupama Pasricha from St. Catherine University. I'm an associate professor and department chair for apparel merchandising and design. I'm pleased to say that again. Can you see? My video is otherwise on. I don't know what's happening. I turned it on and then it just turns up on its own. I don't know because. It just sort of connect to her once again. I think it's, the video is not working. Hi everyone, this is Dr. Anupama Pasricha, Department Chair and Associate Professor at St. Catherine University. I am pleased to be part of the Sustainable Fashion 2020 at IAM today, and I would be talking about the HIG Index, which is a very comprehensive tool provided by Sustainable Apparel Coalition. This is a coalition that has been put together by several companies, and now it represents 40% of the global market share of the apparel and footwear industries. The focus of the coalition is not only to develop a HIG index, but also to support it. And it is a tool that has been designed for self-assessment of and measuring the sustainability impact of apparel and footwear products. So there are several members of Sustainable Apparel Coalition that support this tool, and if you know of very popular common brands, everybody is member of it and supporting it. You think of Levi's, Gap, H&M, Patagonia, Puma. So all of these brands are supporting HIG Index. If you think of retailers such as like common US retailers are Walmart, Target, Kohl's, LLB. So again, all the retailers are also supporting the index. And then all the suppliers, so even when we are doing sourcing from India, there are so many suppliers that are part of Sustainable Apparel Coalition, which includes even Irving Mills and Menzing, and so basically everybody is trying to support the index because they see value, what it can do for not only a supplier, a manufacturer, or a retailer, or even a product. So it's a useful tool for every aspect of the industry throughout the supply chain. The current version of HIG Index is 2.0, which includes both environmental and social sustainability, and it is based on life cycle thinking. So they are looking at right from materials use, raw materials, and then to the end of how the product is being discarded and what's happening. So complete life cycle. And currently it's asking practice-based qualitative questions, but eventually they will go to the quantitative version as well. But those questions are easy to answer by the companies. So it's measuring both environmental and social performance, as I already told you, helping companies to improve the behavior. It's just driving change in the industry. So it's both a starting point for engaging your suppliers, your vendors, your retailers, and it's also educating your own company and your other stakeholders, and eventually it will educate consumers also. So it's not a scope for collaborating. And the best part is it's free for anyone to use, even if you're a member or not a member of Coalition. You can go on their website, download it for free. If you are a manufacturer or a brand, you can download it and you can start using it. It can be used by both small companies and large companies. It can be used at any skill level, so a student or a faculty or a company employee, anybody can use it. It can be used by both beginners if you don't understand what is sustainability, what is environmental or social sustainability, you can still start using it and learn from it. Or if you are a leader in sustainability, you can still use it. So it's applicable for any size of company, any skill level. And at this point, I'm also using it with my students. So my students use the Higg Index in their classroom when they do product development, and they try to see what's the score of their product that they design. And scoring is done pretty much from 1 to 100. So higher the score, higher is your sustainability impact. So basically, the company or wants to go for a higher score every time. So you can set your goals based on where you are, where you want to be, and you can take one step at a time. You don't need to jump to get a 100 score. Nobody can actually accomplish a 100 score. So you can go once depending on where you are. So it has basically 3 modules for different segments or stakeholders. So one is facility tools, which can look at the impact of both of facilities, so manufacturer facilities and other facilities, including auxiliary services, sourcing facilities. They can share the data with their brands and retailers. Then they have brand tools, so a brand can look at their impact and the choices they are making within their brand decisions, and they can share their scores with facilities. And then they have product tools, so you can actually do product assessment and share those with designers, product developers, sourcing specialists, and so you can share the data and you can choose to share as much as you want. If you don't want to share everything, you can pick and choose. So you have a lot of flexibility in using the tool and how you share that information. And eventually it leads to the transparency, which is becoming very important in industry today, that you have to be very transparent throughout the supply chain. So this tool helps you share the information with your stakeholders and be very transparent. And again, as I said, it is your choice how you want to be transparent and how much transparency you want to include. So just to give you a building block of the Higg Index, because it includes both social and environmental responsibility, it is built on 2 existing tools from Outdoor Industry Association Info Index, European Outdoor Group, Material Sustainability Index that was given by Nike, then Global Social Compliance Program tools, and social and labor best practices tools. So it has used all the existing tools in the industry and built one comprehensive tool which assesses everything. So it's a very, very useful tool. Then going forward, so basically the index allows you to scale your sustainability efforts. Again, so starting from doing one effort versus doing a full-scale sustainability. It helps you create a dialogue and engagement between your stakeholders. So it facilitates continuous improvement at your end, wherever you are. And then because of that, it advances performance and innovation. And again, innovation is again a key thing that you need to continue to sustain yourself into the business. You have to be innovative. And then it helps you benchmark, so you can compare your data with your competitors' data and see where you are. And you can also look at who are the role models, so you can compare your data with their data and see where you want to go. So it basically uncovers the common supply chain challenges and helps you alleviate any problems, and then again trying to help make the industry more sustainable. Helps you collaborate with your stakeholders, and it also helps you compare the performance of your facility. So if you have like 5 different vendors, so you can compare their sustainability performance and then pick and choose from where you source your supplies from. And then overall, as I've said already, that it improves supply chain transparency. So if we use this tool in the industry and if we use this tool in educating our students and sharing this information with entire academia and industry, I think we can bring the change that industry needs to have. And it is very, very important, and I'm very thankful to Sustainable Apparel Coalition to bring such a tool. The current new version of the social impact version of it is in its beta state. That means it has been introduced for the first time. And whatever feedback students or faculty or industry can give to Sustainable Apparel Coalition, they will be continuously improving the tool. So you not only have a tool to use, but you also are able to give feedback to that tool, for that tool. So you are participant in improving and creating a better tool. So I think at the end, I also want to share, there's one link I've sent to the organizers of the conference. If they want to share with the audience of the conference, please feel free to do that. So I think that's about what I have to say. Is there any question that I can answer? All right, thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is an award-winning American fashion designer, founder, creative director, Simple Natural Clothing, Miss Holly Anderson. Holly Anderson has 30 years of experience designing knit apparel and accessories of New York's top brands on a global basis. She's currently a founder and creative director of her brand, Simply Natural Clothing, an advocate of sustainable practices in the industry. She organized and coordinated sustainable fashion synopsis and Fashion Institute of Technology, New York, from 2011 to 2013, with focused initiatives that brought together like-minded individuals within eco-fashion community. In addition, Holly is passionate about mentoring next generation of fashion and textile designers. She's been an adjunct faculty in FIT, specializing in textiles, CAD, technology, and sustainability since 1997. Can we have Holly Anderson, please?
Hello, everyone. This is very exciting to see all of everything, or to hear everything that's going on in India, and I'm very happy to be a part of it. And thank you for inviting me to attend. I just wanted to talk a little bit about sustainable fashion and what I'm doing. I've been doing within this space. I have actually been involved with sustainable fashion for a very long time. It's something I'm very passionate about. And I think that there's tremendous opportunities for us worldwide to be able to make a real difference in this world, and in terms of creating products that are completely sustainable. The fashion and textile industry is one of the leading industries for waste in the entire world, and we have a tremendous opportunity to make an impact in terms of creating more organic fashion. My work has been primarily in the development of organic textiles and organic fashion. I work with farmers and agriculture, and I think the sustainable aspect of organic food movement can be brought further into textiles. And there's a huge opportunity for us to grow crops that are specifically for textiles. Not only organic cotton, but there's flax, there's hemp, and not only in the vegetable fibers, but also in animal fibers. I work with alpaca farmers here in the United States, and I'm not quite sure if there's alpaca in India, but in any case, it's a tremendous fiber. It's completely biodegradable, and there's so many wonderful properties around alpaca. And I've been using it in a way, when we look at the total picture of how fashion is created, from the very beginning, from the fiber, in terms of creating something that is the entire fashion life cycle, so that we can look at the whole picture in terms of growing or breeding, breeding animals or growing fibers that create a sustainable life cycle for fashion that's biodegradable, that is good for people, that's without chemicals, that that's good for the environment, it's good for the economy, and it's definitely good for all aspects of our lives. So we're looking at a lifestyle concept of organic. So people that are eating organic foods understand why we need to live without a lot of excess chemicals. And I believe that the things that we put within our body is just as things that we put on our body is just as important as what we put in our body. So the skin is the largest organ in our body, and it absorbs what we have on top of and what we put in it. So I feel that if we create these textiles and create clothing without chemicals, that we're actually doing ourselves, we're promoting a healthier lifestyle for not only ourselves, but for other people around us that are creating the products. I use technology to create my designs. It's a very sustainable practice because I'm able to see the products, be able to visualize products before we even take them. So we're eliminating a lot of waste in the life cycle of creating the product itself. I work with technology that's 3D garment technology, whole garment technology. So we are creating things that are fit and that we don't create excess. And the kind of textiles that we do create, we are repurposing or reusing them into other products. So we're making felt, for instance, out of some of our excess fibers. Some of the garments that may have not come out perfect, or they may be excess runs, or that's excess, or yarns. I'm actually giving to people to make into felt, and we're making them into other kinds of products. I'm working with a group of refugees here in the United States that are making hand making products from my excess fibers. They're hand knitting, hand crocheting, and there's a tremendous opportunity for handcrafts from excess textile waste that can be created. So I think that there's a huge opportunity for creating new innovations in using and repurposing textile fibers and textile fabrics. In any case, so I just wanted to, well, if there's anybody that has any questions for me in terms of what I have been doing, or if there's anything that I can do to help anyone, in this textile and gospel.
Thank you so much. Now we have, yeah? Okay. So now we have Dr. Alexandra Petra-Pascal, faculty SMR Italy. She'll be talking about sustainable fashion. Okay, great. So that was a good session. I truly believe Engagement of faculty from different universities from all over the world today has certainly added a lot of value to the seminar. I want to thank all the sponsors of this show who have contributed a lot. Homestead Real Estate, www.lecturarji.com, Online Menso, India TV, Dell GSL, Rajpal Foundation, Ethical Environment Partner, People for Animals. Our students have collected old clothes, denim from all over the place and have created beautiful lifestyle clothing and items. The display of all the creations is at links 1 and links 2. I would request you all to review the products created by our students and encourage them. I'm going to quote here. The greatness of a nation can be judged by the way its animals are treated, unquote Mahatma Gandhi. Whenever I see an animal being mistreated, bullied by human beings, I get upset. And I want to do something about it. The only person I can think of going to for help, and I'm confident I'll be never sent back empty-handed, is none other than Srimati Maneka Sanjay Gandhi, our honorable chief guest tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for our chief guest for the evening, Srimati Maneka Sanjay Gandhi. Welcome, ma'am. No matter how much I say about her, is less. She has been a minister for co-government, has authored a number of books. She has been India's youngest minister at the age of 33. Maneka Gandhi Mrs. Maneka Sanjay Gandhi is self-described environmentalist and animal rights leader in India. She has earned international awards and acclaim. She started the organization People for Animals in 1992, and it is the largest organization for animal rights and welfare in India. Srimati Maneka Sanjay Gandhi is also a patron of International Animal Rescue. She is a vegan and has advocated this lifestyle on ethical and health grounds. She is the chairperson of Rugmark, which works to rehabilitate children in the carpet trade. Rugmark has won various awards for rescuing maximum number of bonded child labor. She is the Cabinet Minister of Child and Development, Government of India. We are honored this evening by your presence, ma'am. We thank you for consenting to be our chief guest at this event. We fully appreciate you finding time to be with us despite of your tight schedule. Ms. Laila, I would also like to invite Ms. Laila Tayabji, Chairperson Dastaka, a non-profit organization working with craftspeople all over India for promotion and revival of traditional crafts of India. She has been awarded a Padma Shri for Government of India in 2012. Ms. Jaya Jayati, founder of Lily Heart, heading the Daskari Heart Committee. Welcome you all and thank you so much for your presence. We are honored to have you all over here. IIM has been evolving and achieving a unique position as a multi-varsity and center of excellence under the leadership of Dr. Dari Koshi. He needs no introduction. He's always been recognized for his endurance amongst the top 50 leaders of fashion and design industry. May I please request Dr. Dari Koshi, Dr. Director General, CEO, IIM and ATDC to welcome our honorable chief guest of the evening. Welcome, sir.
A very good evening to all of you. Thank you, Madam Maneka Sanjay Gandhi, for having come to this celebratory event, which concludes a shorter version of a full-day seminar, where we wanted the new generation fashion professionals to focus on how India can take leadership in sustainable fashion. India, with so much of cultural heritage and natural fibers in plenty, practically in cotton, we are almost number 2, and silk, we are again number 2. In jute, we are number 2. With that kind of a plentiful natural fibers, we have still not taken a position in the world to tell the world that we are going to be leaders in sustainable fashion. Sri Lanka did garments without guilt 25, 30 years ago and reaped benefits to become a $4 billion plus exporting nation. And today, India is still at $15.4 billion against Bangladesh's $26, $27 billion. Bangladesh, which is only just like one of the states of India, is far ahead of India in garment export is a matter of great concern when we know that almost all the fabrics which Bangladesh is using is from India. And China has already raised to $170 billion of exports. In such a scenario, if you do not take a leadership position, we are likely to be left far behind. And that is the thought on which Institute of Apparel Management wanted to organize this. And we are so privileged and honored that the Honorable Union Minister for Women and Child Development, Srimati Maneka Sanjay Gandhi, has found it relevant to be with us and give us this great opportunity for the students to interact with her and also give the awards away, the prizes away for different categories of competition, and also witness the show of the different schools or colleges which have participated in this fashion show. As India's domestic market evolves and the people become more and more conscious about what they want to buy, online or offline, we have a responsibility to develop responsible consumption. We also need to develop in the manufacturing world a little more concern about the operators, the people who work, a more free policy for which is more fair for the labor, and also a more equitable kind of operation in terms of affordable clothing for the people. So this is the kind of context in which we have tried to develop this initial step forward, and we believe an entrepreneurial cell needs to be formed in Institute of Apparel Management so that some of the students can take up the ideas discussed in the last 3 sessions to make micro enterprises or online enterprises and become not only job seekers but job providers for India. And we believe that design and made in India will help the Make in India process forward, and sustainability will certainly reinforce the Honorable Prime Minister's zero defect policy. What does zero effect mean? It is all about sustainability. Zero defect means it is about quality. So just speaking about it is not enough anymore. Action is what is called for, and designers can influence the creative thinking. Design professionals and fashion professionals can take forward this idea, and we do hope that Madam's presence here today will further inspire the people, the students to take this idea. Her value systems and ethos are well known all over the country and probably in many parts of the world. And we have been fortunate to have continuous interaction and support from Madam. And we again welcome you, ma'am, and also Laila AFT and Surik CTD, who is raising the Fashion Design Council to now a new level with the recent tie-up with Amazon. We are really privileged to have you all at this latter part of the day to be with us. Please enjoy the show. Please be with us to encourage the students and the young professionals to go forward. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed very inspiring. May I now request our chief guest, Srimati Maneka Sanjay Gandhi, Honorable Union Minister for Women and Child Development, Government of India, to say a few words. Welcome, ma'am. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen, I won't speak very long. I have been very structured speech. And quite frankly, my voice is really not up to a speech. But I want to tell you that in my constituency, there are any number of ponds in every village. And in each pond, the pond itself is dying because it is covered by a weed called jalkumbhi, water hyacinth. Now, the pradhans of the village are very happy about jalkumbhi because jalkumbhi, first it cleans the water because it's the only plant that can absorb heavy metal and pollution. But it grows so fast that after a little bit, it drinks up all the water. And when it drinks up the water, the pond turns into land, and the pradhan is very happy because then he can sell the land. So everywhere in North India, especially UP where I've been, we are losing the ponds because of this one jalkumbhi. Now it is, water hyacinth is a thick, fleshy plant with a purple flower. Now when I was trying to find out what we could do, we discovered that in Assam, there is a small little institute that teaches women how to make bags, rugs, furniture, clothes out of jalkumbhi. And the most beautiful, not rubbish, completely top of the line, A-class jalkumbhi based fiber. So I sent 20 women to train there. It takes 25 days only for training. And now they've come back, and we are going to try and start this industry in Pilibhit so that we can save the ponds and create something of natural fiber. Now, as Dr. Koshi was saying, we really have not exploited our natural fiber at all. Whether we have pineapple fibers, bamboo fibers, banana fibers. In Nepal, they make the most fabulous paper out of banana fibers. We don't do anything with it here. We in Bangladesh, when I went, they were making mudas out of the same jalkumbhi and chairs. We have not even touched jalkumbhi so far. Maybe when we look at sustainable development, we're not looking at, when I looked outside at your exhibition, what did I see? I simply saw you turning waste rags into other waste material, which is really not even necessary. Sustainable is not about turning waste into more waste, into turning bits and pieces of denim into cushions. None of these things are necessary. What sustainable development is about is taking nature and seeing what grows in nature that can be used for fashion without harming the rest of the world. None of us who are in fashion ever think that sustainable management is about, for instance, colors. All of you think that, oh, to be environmentally sound, all your dresses should be green. Now, the white, for instance, is the most dangerous of all cloths because it requires bleach, and bleach destroys water. Usi tarike se, there are so many other colors that are completely dangerous to our survival. I was in Pali, and there where there's no water, there's just one river that runs through Pali. That entire river is bright red, bright orange. You put a finger inside and your finger won't come back. And it's got dead bodies of birds and cows throughout on that river. Why? Because it's absorbing the entire downstream product of the entire fabric coloring units that exist in Pali, which service the whole of India. But it hasn't occurred to us that maybe we should look for more sustainable colors. If IM could do projects that were about sustainable colors, sustainable materials, rather than sustainable things or turning denim jeans into denim skirts just because they're waste. Even buttons. I mean, since you do have a project on buttons, why not look at buttons that are not from bone, that are not from things that require killing or harm. There are thousands of things that we could do with sustainable, and you are lucky that you have people who are innovative, and who have tried over the years to make things better. Sunil Sethi, for instance, is one of my great heroes. He has done more for fashion than anybody else by providing marketing platforms, encouraging innovation. Maybe you could start a class on just sustainable living. Now, for instance, silk. Whether you color silk green or you color silk blue, one sari of silk uses over 50,000 butterflies which are boiled to death. What's the point of it? Even if they weren't boiled to death, the point is they grow only on a particular kind of tree, which is the mulberry. The mulberry tree, again, you cut down vast swathes of forest and you plant these small stunted mulberry trees so that you can have food for the silkworms. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable. You need to look at more sustainable forms of silk, which are ahimsa silk, in which you use the cocoon after the butterfly has gone. And that comes mainly from the northeast, from oak, if I'm not mistaken, Jared. So you need to look at getting rid of things in which you maim, kill, in which forests are cleared for fashion. Because at the end of the day, if you simply concentrate on painting things green or turning one product into another unnecessary product, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. And IEMS is far too good to waste on short-sighted things. I'm glad Jayati is here. She has done far more to make fashion into a daily affair, into producing truly beautiful things. And we are lucky to have her. Of course, everybody knows. And we look forward to her exhibitions here and to all the wonderful things that she's done. I thank you again for inviting me. Look at this deeply. Maybe I can do a paper and send it here for you to just look at different things. What is cotton? What is BT cotton? Why should it be used or why should it not be used? Should we be using sustainable cotton? Why have we let khadi go? I was in Khadi Gramodyog yesterday. I was just complaining to Suniti and Jayati. I couldn't find one design in the whole of Khadi Gramodyog in Connaught Place where any Sharif human being would buy it. The same designs were 1960s. So I spoke to the minister, Kalraj Mishra, yesterday, and I said, why don't you get an institute to give you 1,000 designs and make those in tons that people can restart wearing khadi kurtas, because that is a sustainable product. So if we could look at cotton, we could look at silk, we could look at natural fibers, we could look at accessories. For instance, feathers. People put feathers onto coats and stuff and think that they're wonderful. It's not true. You have to kill birds to get those feathers. Especially peacocks. Anything that uses peacock feathers is killing India's national bird. The same thing with leather, with suede. Do you think that these come out of naturally dead animals? The entire leather industry has destroyed the Ganges. Now we are spending 100,000 crores to make the Ganges cleaner, when its entire killing has been done because of leather industry. But we won't look at the leather industry. We are the only country in the world that exports leather, because no other country will make leather. They will buy it from us, they will add value to it, and then we will re-buy it back from them as boots and shoes and bags and with brands on them. But we are the ones who sacrifice our water. And our poorest of the poor who work in the leather industry, all of whom have ranging from eczema to liver cancer. But nobody has ever done any fashion work to see whether leather can be made sustainable. These are the areas that IEMS should concentrate its science on. Everything else is so superficial that it doesn't seem worth 5 years or 4 years just to simply know how to cut and tailor a dress without understanding what part of India goes into it. I'm sure that you will look at this in future, and I'll be happy to give you any more directions that I could. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. That was indeed very, very powerful. And I completely agree. If you see the videos, the way animals are being treated to get the skin out and make the fabric, it's horrendous. You wouldn't want to see that video again, and you would not go to wear those fabrics again. Well, moving on to another thing. We have a small skit prepared by our students on sustainability. Through this skit, they have beautifully described the impact of industrialization, pollution in the nearby villages. This is all happening in a nearby village called Kondapali near Delhi. Can we have the skit, please?
नमस्कार, मैं एक लेखक हूं, एक गुमनाम गांव का छोटा मोटा गुमनाम लेखक। हमारी कहानी जिसका नाम मैंने अभी तक सोचा नहीं है, वो शुरू होती है गांव की एक सुबह से। ओम जय जगदीश हरे, स्वामी जय जगदीश हरे। माता पिता तुम मेरे, माता पिता तुम मेरे।
राम राम सरपंच जी।
अरे राम राम मैडम जी। अरे सुबह सुबह कैसे इधर?
जी आपसे कुछ जरूरी बात करनी थी हमें।
अच्छा, जरूरी बात करनी है?
हाँ जी।
तो प्रसाद खा लीजिए। अरे रुकिए रुकिए। हाँ कहिए, क्या जरूरी बात करनी है आपको मेरे से?
जी सरपंच जी, सुना है गांव के पास एक फैक्ट्री लगने वाली है।
हाँ हाँ, आपने तो सही सुना है। अब हमारा गांव भी विकसित होने वाला है।
परंतु ये फैक्ट्री किस चीज की है?
ये फैक्ट्री कुछ पेस्ट्री
वो केक?
अरे नहीं नहीं नहीं, और वो कीटनाशक है।
पेस्टिसाइड।
हाँ हाँ वही।
परंतु सरपंच जी, अगर ये फैक्ट्री लग गई तो आपको नहीं लगता कि हमारा जो तालाब है वो तो दूषित होगा ही, साथ ही साथ हमारा पर्यावरण भी नष्ट हो जाएगा?
मैडम जी, मैं होश में हो तो हाँ, ये फैक्ट्री लगने से हमारे जमीन की कीमत बढ़ जाएगी। अरे यहाँ बड़े बड़े मॉल, अस्पताल, शॉपिंग कॉम्प्लेक्स और हाँ, आपके लिए पब्लिक स्कूल भी खुलवा दूंगा मैं।
सरपंच जी, उन जंगलों का क्या होगा? अगर वो ना रहे तो धरती तो तब उठेगी। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग के बारे में सुना है ना आपने?
अरे ओ गाँव वालों, सुनो सुनो, अरे गाँव वालों, इतने सालों से यहाँ जंगल है कि नहीं? उन्होंने हमें कभी रोजगार दिया? कभी हमें विकास के पथ पर लेके दिया?
अरे मैं आपकी बात से सहमति रखती हूँ, परंतु आप ये बताइए, अगर हमारा पर्यावरण ही नहीं रहा तो हम फैक्ट्री लगा के क्या कर लेंगे?
अरे क्या तुम गाँव वालों की मांग भूल रही हो? इनके घरों में फ्रिज, टीवी सब कुछ आएगा और हाँ, कीटनाशक से हमारे फल सब्जी स्वस्थ हो जाएंगे।
आप भूल रहे भोपाल में क्या हुआ था?
अरे मैडम जी, सरपंच जी ठीक है तो कहते हैं।
हाँ हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, लगता है मैडम जी को धूप लग गई है, कोई पानी पिलाओ इन्हें।
अरे पानी नहीं, कोल्ड ड्रिंक है, कोल्ड ड्रिंक। पता नहीं, हम भी बहुत ही जल्द विकसित होने वाले हैं।
तुम सब पछताओगे। अरे मास्टरनी तो बावली हो गई, बावली।
हमारे गांव में फैक्ट्री लग चुकी थी। सरपंच के घर में फ्रिज और टीवी नहीं लगा। हालांकि इससे पशु चिकित्सालय को बड़ा प्रॉफिट हुआ।
वो गाय भी फैक्ट्री के दूषित पानी से ही मरी है।
देखिए, मैं चाहता हूं आप अपना मुंह बंद रखें। इसकी कीमत भी मैं आपको दे सकता हूं। अपनी कीमत तो बताएं।
5 करोड़।
1,
4,
1.5,
3 से बिल्कुल नीचे नहीं।
2।
आप जानते हैं मैं ये रिपोर्ट कोर्ट ले जा सकती हूँ। आपकी बदनामी तो होगी ही, साथ ही फैक्ट्री भी हट जाएगी।
देखिए, पैसों से तो आप हाथ धोएंगी ही, कोर्ट के चक्कर लगाते लगाते आप कहीं थक ना जाएं।
अच्छा ठीक है, 2.5।
ठीक।
ओके, 3। वो लेकिन 101 रुपए मंदिर के दान के लिए।
ओके, ठीक।
ठीक।
इसके कुछ सालों बाद गांव में अजीब अजीब बीमारियां होना शुरू हो। किसी को नहीं पता चल रहा था ये बीमारियां हो क्यों रही। गांव के पंडित जी तो यहाँ तक बोल बैठे थे कि गांव में चुड़ैल का प्रकोप है, पर इन सब बातों में मैं विश्वास नहीं रखता। हालांकि जो गांव का चिकित्सालय है उसके बाहर रोज लंबी लाइन लगा करती थी।
डॉक्टर ने साहिबा, हमारी मुन्नी को क्या हुआ है?
तुम्हारा मुन्ना, ये बीमारी तो मैं पहली बार देख रही हूँ। तुम अपने मुन्ने को फल सब्जियां खिलाती हो?
जी, खिलाती तो हूँ।
उसको ये बीमारी कब से लगी?
ये बीमारी, हाँ, जब से मुन्ना तालाब के पास खेलने जाने लगा है।
ऐसा है, हमें मुन्ने को शहरी अस्पताल ले जाना होगा।
जी क्यों?
उसका वहाँ बेहतर इलाज होगा, उसे वहाँ बेहतर फैसिलिटीज भी मिलेंगी।
मेरा मुन्ना ठीक तो हो जाएगा ना?
अरे तुम्हारा मुन्ना जल्द ही ठीक हो जाएगा।
ठीक है।
कुछ दिनों बाद एक चिड़िया ने मुझे बताया गांव में मंत्री जी आने वाले हैं। सब उत्साहित थे। सरपंच भी बेचारा बावलों की तरह काम करवा रहा था, पर ये मंत्री जी है कहाँ? आए नहीं अभी तक। अरे मंत्री जी आ रहे हैं।
अरे मंत्री जी आ गए।
अरे मंत्री जी,
अरे मंत्री जी,
अरे मैं फूल लेके आया।
अरे रुकिए रुकिए, ये माला लाने दीजिए। अरे माला लेके आओ जल्दी से।
अरे लेके आया सरपंच जी। मंदिर के सामने माला मिलना बहुत मुश्किल हो गया है। अरे फूल ही नहीं बचे।
अरे ताली मारो।
अरे वाह वाह वाह, मेरी जनता कितनी उत्साहित लग रही है। मेरे प्यारे गांव वासियों, आप लोगों को जानकर खुशी होगी कि हम लोग यहाँ जल्द ही निर्माण परिसर खोलेंगे और आप सबका गांव दिल्ली जैसा बन जाएगा। एक और मुसीबत, ना कोई पानी की प्रॉब्लम, ना बिजली की प्रॉब्लम।
हमारी गुजारिश है आपसे।
बोलिए बोलिए।
हमारे पति की तबीयत आजकल बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं रहती है। वो डॉक्टर साहिबा का कहना है कि वो उस फैक्ट्री की वजह से हुआ है।
रुको रुको, मास्टरनी बोलती है कि उस फैक्ट्री में की वजह से हमारा तालाब का पानी बहुत दूषित हो गया है और हमारे खेत के जानवर सारे मर रहे हैं। अरे अरे ठीक है, हम आपकी प्रॉब्लम का जल्द ही उपाय निकालेंगे। याद रखिएगा, वोट हमें ही दीजिएगा। एक बार फिर हमारी सरकार आ जाए, आपकी सारी प्रॉब्लम दूर हो जाएगी। जय हिंद।
अरे वाह, निर्माण परिसर। गांव में सब एक ही निर्माण को जानते हैं, सरपंच जी का पोता। वो भी बेचारा इस महामारी में बहुत बीमार है, उसे भी इस महामारी ने नहीं छोड़ा। सभी बीमार थे। अब आप सोचोगे मैं कैसे बच गया? अरे मैं मुंबई गया हुआ था ना, स्ट्रगलिंग एक्टर की स्ट्रगलिंग आत्मा।
सरपंच जी, सरपंच जी।
हाँ मैडम जी।
राम राम।
राम 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 राम। कहिए कैसे आना हुआ?
जी मुन्ना के बारे में सुना। मुन्ना कैसा है? स्कूल कब से आएगा?
मुन्ना की तबीयत बहुत खराब है। जब से शहर से आया हूँ, शहर वाले डॉक्टर ने कहा उसे स्किन कैंसर हो गया है। उस शायद फैक्ट्री के दूषित पानी वजह से। समझ में नहीं आता क्या करूं मैं।
स्किन कैंसर हो गया मुन्ना को?
हाँ।
इसका मतलब ये कि जो हमारे गाय मर रहे थे, गांव के जितने भी जानवर मर रहे थे, वो भी उस दूषित पानी की वजह से।
शायद हो सकता है वो फैक्ट्री के दूषित पानी की वजह से कुछ नहीं बचा। मैं आज ही मंत्री जी के पास जाता हूँ, उनसे मांग करता हूँ ये फैक्ट्री हटाने के लिए।
चलिए हम दोनों चलते बात करने उनसे।
हाँ चलिए।
हमारे गांव की एक प्रसिद्ध कहानी है। बड़ देवता ने अपने हाथ मले और उससे बना कौवा। बड़ देवता ने कौवे से कहा जाओ धरती ढूंढ लाओ। कौवा गया मकड़ी के पास, मकड़ी ने उसे भेजा केकड़े के पास। केकड़े ने केचुए का गला दबाया और धरती निकल आई। मकड़ी ने पानी पर जाल बिछाया और धरती उसमें रख दी। अब बड़ देवता ने उसके अपने बाल नोच के फेंके, तो बन गए जंगल। जंगल काट के इंसान ने बनाया हल, जिससे आया अनाज। और वो कहानी यहां पर नहीं रुकती है। अनाज में लग गए कीड़े और हम कीड़ों को मारने के लिए अलग अलग दवाएं तलाशना शुरू हो गए। इस कहानी का सारा अंश यही है कि जैसे धरती हमारी देखरेख करती है, हमें भी धरती की देखरेख करनी चाहिए। आज हम विकासशील होने की दौड़ में इस कदर अपना आपा खो बैठे हैं कि धरती पर हाहाकार मच गया है। हम इस दौड़ में और कितनी बलियां चढ़ाएं, सोचना आप सबको है। बट द गुड न्यूज इज अभी भी देर नहीं हुई है। आप सतत विकास का मार्ग खोजे, सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट यू सी। अरे सरपंच,
हमारे बच्चों को हम भी सतत पर्यावरण का बताते हैं। और हाँ, अरे आप लोग हमारे गांव के टमाटर खा के तो देखिए कितने लाल लाल होते हैं। ये कभी खाएंगे तो देखिए।
और अब हमारे यहाँ के बच्चे हमेशा स्वस्थ रहते हैं, दिन भर फैक्ट्री की गति के पास खेलते रहते हैं। और
खेलते रहते हैं। और जो बावला मास्टर है ना,
मास्टरनी,
हाँ वही बावली
हाँ।
मास्टरनी, वो गांव के बच्चों को हाँकती रहती है, जाओ पाठशाला में पढ़ के आओ। अभी आती होगी।
चलो
अरे चलो चलो,
अभी भागो भागो।
That was awesome, wasn't it? Great. Superb. So I'm going to introduce the actors. The play was scripted and directed by Anuj Vishesh. Master Ji was Ritu Anand. Ritu. Sarpanch Ji, Vishwajit Anand. Dr. Ji, Srishti Kochar. Sarpanch daughter-in-law and a villager, Priya Sharma. Doctor and a villager, Srishti Bhatia. Malik, narrator, writer and director, Anuj Vishesh. Awesome job, Anuj. Light and sound, Vishnu and Sandeep. Pankaj and Sarang also. Great show, right? Fabulous. Thank you so much. This year, I initiated the first Sustainable Fashion Awards 2015 to recognize the legends, designers, eminent professionals in the fashion industry who have done tremendous work in the area of sustainable fashion across decades. The Sustainable Fashion Award for 2015 would recognize such veterans who have outstanding contributions to crafts of India and of fashion industry at large. The Fashion Awards will be bestowed in the areas of retail, design, manufacturing, supply chain, logistics, craft, and innovation. Our internal team of experts identified 10 leaders in all above areas through intensive research and work. After the final jury was held on 13 February 2015 to finalize the awardees from the shortlisted entries for the Sustainable Fashion 2015 Award, the jury panel consisted of eminent judges, Professor Kripal Mathur, NIST, Mr. Nimish Dave, founder IDEA Smith, Ms. Sunita Shankar, leading fashion designer, Ms. Nancy Orr, chairperson, Design Pearl Academy of Fashion, and Mr. Animesh Saxena, managing director, Niti Clothing Private Limited. Good evening, jury. Let us see the nominations on the screen, please. In the craft category, nominations were Avani, Sadhana, Mehra Shaw. I would request Srimati Menika Sanjay Gandhi to present the award for the craft category, please. Ma'am, please. A huge round of applause to Avani. Avani. Mrs. Rashmi, please, Rashmi Bharti. Yes. Congratulations, ma'am. Please come and take the award. Congratulations. Thank you, Mama. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Congratulations once again. In the retail category, nominations are Marks and Spencer, Good Earth, Fab India. To do the honors, I would like to call upon Ms. Jaya Chaisley. Ma'am, can we please have you on the stage to do the honors?
Well deserved winner is Good Earth.
Oh, Good Earth. A big hand for Good Earth. Mr. Akshay. Congratulations, Mr. Akshay. Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. In design category, nominees are Pero by Anita Arora, Rahul Mishra, Saman Chauhan. I would request Ms. Laila Tayabchi to do the honors, please. Ma'am, can you have you on the stage, please?
Like a wedding invitation. And the winner is one of my favorite designers, Anita Arora.
Wow. Quickly. Let's hear for Anita Rora. Congratulations. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. In the manufacturing category, nominees are Saiwana Exports, Matrix Private Limited, Colors of Nature. I would request Dr. Dali Koshi to present the award for the manufacturing category. Can you have you on the stage, sir, please?
And the winner is Saiwana.
Congratulations, Saiwana Export. A big round for Saiwana Export, right? Congratulations, Jessica. Thank you, sir. In the innovation category, nominees are Pratibha Syntex, Urban Mills, and Moral Fiber. I would request Mr. Sunil Sethi to please come into the honors. Please come to the stage, sir. Welcome, sir.
And the winner is Moral Fiber, and I know them from Ahmedabad. They've done a lot of good work in khadi. I know the name because recently there was a Khadi Mahotsav in Gujarat, which was part of the Vibrant Gujarat Festival. And for 11 days, they only sold khadi there, and she had the best stall there. So I remember her from here.
A huge round of applause for Moral Fiber, please. Congratulations to Shalini. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Congratulations, winners, and thank you, jury, for all your hard work put in by you. May I request all the award winners to come on the stage and say a few words? All the award winners, one after the other. Just a few words, ma'am. Just a few words. Please come.
Good evening, Minister Melika ji, Jayatri ji, Sunil Sethi ji, Leila ji, Koshi, and all of the students for AIM. Very, very pleased to be here. And for the first time, I think when we started with Moral Fiber in 2007 or 8, and when I was talking about sustainability in India, nobody knew what it was. They didn't even know the word, they didn't know what it stands, and we have made a lot of progress. And we don't export most of the khadi abroad, but in the last few years, there has been an awareness of khadi in a reinvented form, that is sustaining the environment, sustaining the people, and that is the kind of a form that we are supporting now. And I'm really, really pleased that colleges like AIM, institutions like that, are supporting sustainability in a big way. 2019 is Mahatma Gandhi's 150th birth anniversary, and we are all geared towards making fabrics, khadi, and all the sustainable fabrics as a norm and part of the people's daily wear. It has to come out of bhandars, it has to come out of fashion. It should be something that has been embraced and accepted by everybody. So I hope we all support. Manaka ji had said something absolutely fantastic about sustainability, that all the fabrics
textile is one of the second biggest industry in India. Sustainability measures used there or applied there will make all the difference. Thank you very much for the award and thank you for being here.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this time. I am from Avani. I've been living and working in the mountains for the last 17, 18 years. And the concept that we have been talking about since morning today, we are trying to practice some of that. Our textiles are zero waste. We harvest rainwater, we recycle 100% of the wastewater. We work only with natural dyes and natural fibers, with the consciousness that any intervention we make in terms of livelihood at the end impacts people, soil, and water. And if we do not pay attention to dyes today, in all the forums that I have been for many years now, everybody talks of this conversion to natural dyes, but we are all users. There are no growers of natural dyes. But I feel natural dyes can become a very, very big livelihood option for people across the country because there is so much wasteland we have in our country. So we could convert coloring matter for textiles, for wood stains, for art supplies, for pharmaceuticals, all coming from the earth. So for me, it is important, and I'm very privileged that I've been invited here and given this award. Because it is the young people we should be talking to, because you are the future. There are, I don't know how many schools teaching fashion design, but what are we taught is, there is a lot of emphasis on treatment of fabric. But the naturalness is destroyed. We are stressing fabric, we are using acid, we are using, I don't know how many different kinds of chemicals. But there is no understanding behind that, what fashion actually is doing in a trickle-down effect to a rural women in the village. Every single woman is wearing nylon sarees. Water is only one issue, but you see her doctor's bills. They have gone up like substantially. I live in a border district, and we see this reality on a daily basis. So what we have tried to do is create a model where we live the same way. Change begins with us, not with somebody else. It doesn't help to talk about it. Unless we make the difference, unless we make the change, nothing is going to change. There will be, I don't know, 10,000 meetings, and then we'll be at the same space, you know. So our consumption pattern has to change. And what Mendra was saying, it's not enough to recycle. Why are we using so much? And creating more trash. I mean, you know, the amount of energy we spend to recycle trash is much higher than if we were to not use it. So that is the equation we need to understand as consumers. Yes, Lycra looks beautiful, but where does it begin? It begins at the top of the pyramid. So we need to make a difference at the top of the pyramid, where designers are using Lycra and a village woman is using Lycra today. How can natural fiber revive? Because top of the pyramid is still talking Lycra. So if we all get together, I think a big change can be made, and Make in India is totally possible. From land, artisans, people from all perspectives. Thank you. Thank you for the Thank you very much. Sir, can you please have your receipt?
Firstly, thank you, jury, and this is for Team Gura. Thank you so much. I just would like to say we manage like a sustained dream, and we continue to live by it. Thank you so much.
I completely agree. Each and every one of us should take the responsibility to get this change happen, make this change happen. I completely agree with Ms. Varsha Gupta, Mr. Ram Saruni, and what Dan said. All of us need to take equal responsibility for it, not wait for the government to do or somebody else will come and do and let them follow. Well, with that note, I'm going to say, what could be more healing and inspirational than nature, which has ability to work in its time, creates universal balance, and integrates all elements through unity in diversity, as Mr. Dr. Kochi said. Now we have Fashion Quest by students of our institute, IM, and various other institutes for the Academy of Fashion, SCDI, Mara Studios. They have showcased their creative interpretation of sustainable fashion. So please sit back and enjoy this great show.